Good evening, colleagues. Good evening to anyone watching this. Welcome to Business Support Overview and Scrutiny, 25th of January 2023. My opening remarks are first to welcome a new member to the committee, Councillor George Croser from High Howstow, who represents now Peninsula Ward. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
I know that all members would wish to send their very best to our usual clerk, Steve Platt, who is recovering from an accident. He's fine and we wish him well. We have quite a few apologies. We have quite a few colleagues delayed. unexpectedly at the last minute. The two apologies I know of are from Councillor Etheridge and Councillor Williams. Councillor Clark was stuck at Canning Street Station due to problems on the line. Councillor O'Para and Councillor Wildy will be joining us, but they will both be a bit late. Councillor Khan is on her way, and Councillor Murray. I think that covers us all. Okay, fine. So thank you, colleagues. We'll make a start. So the record of the meeting is actually not from page 7, it's from page 5 of the minutes. As to accuracy, are members who were here happy? Agreed. Yep, okay. Members content with that, so those are agreed. And I should, of course, express our gratitude to Terry Reynolds for very kindly covering this meeting for Steve. Thank you, Terry. Sorry, I should have said that at the beginning. Thank you. Urgent matters. As chair, I've not been notified of any. Are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or other interests? Whipping, there is no Conservative whip on anything. Same for Labour Co-op Group. Okay. And my other welcome, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Interests. Item 7 mentioned register provider. I'm a director of a company providing service.
Okay, thank you. So as we come to item 5, I'd also warmly welcome Councillor Osborne in relation to a members' item which is being incorporated within the Medway North report. And after Andy's introduction, I will call Councillor Osborne first to pursue his members' item and ask Andy to respond to any such questions, and then we'll open up more broadly to the North report. Okay. So that said, Andy, we would welcome your introduction. Thank you, and thank you for the report.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, there's not much to say. We have in the reports our usual set of documentation from a North perspective, from Phil Watts, the paper and background associated. What I will say from quarter 2, perhaps not coming out as much as it could be, it was an interesting quarter with various things happening in the country. So we were under some pressure to deliver services, but I think quarter 2 for Medway North was a good quarter last year. So I'm over to you, Councillor Osborne, for questions, really.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman, and I wish to thank officers as well for accommodating this members' item within this item and for all the support I've received as well. So Medway North is interesting. It's an idea actually that was considered 8 years ago. Actually, the opposition proposed an arrangement. In fact, it was my good self who suggested looking at the Norfolk service model, and I'm really pleased with some aspects of this report. And I suppose that the reason why I'm here is actually more around holding you to account on some of those services, as opposed to criticising the service, the model itself, which I think has been largely successful. So since we set it up, clearly it's a joint venture operation. So the first question I have for you is, do we have a signed contract with you at the present time? So that's my first question, if I could have a series of questions. And if we do not have a signed contract with you at the current time, why not? And is it unusual for a council to be in that situation? The second element is around the management of the organisation. Now, North operates in many other places around the country, and it has arrangements with many other local authorities. The auditors that we have are very clear that executive members of a council cabinet, in their view, should not sit on third-party organisations which have a revenue implication. So we are effectively paying you for a service, but we also have people sitting on your operational board who are commissioning that service and who are setting its direction. Can you give us some commentary on other areas of the country where their governance is, where North is arranging governance, and what your recommendation is, whether or not we should have executive members elected members sat on boards or not. I'm just interested to know that, and if there's any views on that from an organisational perspective. My third question is around the current state of the venture. When we set it up, there was an aspiration that you would be linking in with the private sector, that you would be soliciting business from that. I notice in your appendices on 2A and 2B in page 28 that you indicate there is profitability in the business, but is it solely reliant on Medway Council? What proportion of the business have you seen with other organisations? Because ultimately, that's what a joint venture was set up for, and I'm just interested to know there's not much in here which talks about your other elements of your business, how successful you've been at sales, for instance, with other commercial operators, or are you essentially a third-party arm of this council, in effect? Because again, that was the idea of it being set up. My fourth question just links to published minutes. Clearly, there have been some headcount changes. I note on 2.7, your original headcount in 2015-16, 485, and you've seen a large number of staff 2P'd in. From my calculations, if you take into account the staffing you had in 2015-16, which is 485, and then you add in all of those 2P'd in, you come to around 1,100 staff, and yet your current headcount is 815. So you've clearly made some rationalisation since then. So I suppose the question I have is, as you're delivering Medway Council services, is there any, where are your minutes published? And do you think we should be able to see those minutes to look at that? In addition to that, just around 4.2 on the agenda, and that links to actually the item that I submitted on 8.7. 8.7 is actually where my members' item started from, and it came from my inquiry in my own ward as to why a number of bins that we were allegedly had were actually absent. And I requested a list, and it transpired that a proportion of bins, I think around 15% of bins which were supposed to be there, were not actually there. Which leads the question we have with third parties in the past about accountability and scrutiny. So the question I have is, have you done it seems to me that you have done a recent audit of bins. How have we ended up with lots of bins missing? Was there a lack of scrutiny on the part of council officers? And I suppose this question then links to other services that, if bins were missing, then are other services that we're paying for effectively missing? Because that's something that we need to be aware of. And I know in my ward I've been able to install bins, but in other wards that may not have always been the case. And missing bins, in my view, is a sort of, is a proxy potentially for maybe a contract that we're not monitoring as much as we should. And I just, I offer that out to you, and whether you feel that has happened for that reason. You mentioned in, just my last question then, is around attendance of staff. So you mentioned that you have 97% attendance in overall for the 2022-2021 year, and yet on section 2.7 you indicate that days lost through sickness have gone up from 3,295 in 2015 to 9,000. So I'm trying to understand how absence rates haven't gone up, and actually statistically as low as they were previously, your days lost through sickness have. So is it just because all your staff are taking slightly fewer days below the absence level? In which case that's fine, but it's an odd thing to see that parallel not raised. So those are my link questions to my members' item, and thank you much, Mr. Chairman, for your patience.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Osborne. Andy.
Okay, in answer to the first question, Councillor Osborne, contract, yes, we are in contract and do have a written and signed contract between us and the council. The core contract, as set up in 2013, is still live and operating up until the 31st of May, and we have an extension arrangement in place to take us forward. So yes, we do have a contract in place and written between Norse and the council. In terms of the question around the management process and your steer, well, I guess From a Norse Group perspective, the way that the Medway partnership is set up is typical of all of the ventures across the country. So it is typical to run with a officers liaison board and other interested parties, and then a company board, which generally are all of the same setup as the Medway board is here. So the actual foundation of various ventures may, on percentage basis, vary slightly, but in overall terms, the operations are managed in exactly the same way. From a Norse Group perspective, certainly Medway is seen as one of the better partnership arrangements, in as much as it's very much a two-way exchange of information. So I think, from my perspective, directing the Medway venture, I am quite comfortable that the setup as it stands operates effectively. I can understand where the question's coming from, but do I feel then the answer is I feel it actually operates as a company and under a scrutiny from an officer's perspective fairly well. I mean, that is always open to other views, but from our perspective, very regular conversation, very regular dialogue, and I am always happy to have representation at the liaison board. And although it comes up and down across the year in terms of who attends, we do have a very balanced membership in general of various parts of the council being part of that arrangement and talking through. So management-wise, I don't see too many issues with where we're set up, and we are typical of a Norse venture across the UK. Commercial operations. Prior to the waste services transferring across in 2019, we were making nice inroads in terms of percentage split between our commercial activity and overall council core contract related works. And although the papers we produce and submit are generally all focused around council-related works. So our commercial activities with the schools, for instance, aren't generally included. But we have been successful and are growing in those commercial areas. We're limited when, I think in 2013, I wasn't here and certainly not part of the Norse initial vision or conversations, but for the feel I have is there was a desire and expectation that commercial activity would grow, in particular around the FM area. And it has to be said that whilst slow, the last 2-3 years, the arrival of COVID, the pressures on resourcing qualified, technical, competent people limits the commercial level of activity outside of the type of council related work. So we are, at this point, kind of on ice, but it still is our vision to, as the workforce stabilises again, coming out of the crisis that we've been through, to hopefully train, bring in and move on. I mean, at the moment, and it comes out in the report, we have not a reliance, but we have too much subcontract involvement, and that's not the way the venture is designed to operate. We would prefer to be, internally delivering and growing the workforce to do that. But that is part of the challenge that we have. But the commercial operations are still strong, and they are still sitting there as a major part. So they do contribute, and they are contributing a sizable chunk back into the rebate, ultimately the profitability of the Norse venture, and profit share back at the end of the year with the council. So yes, they're there. Love them to be stronger. Kind of limited by the market conditions at this point of time, and equally the pressures around depots, space, and bits and pieces that people are aware of in terms of where we are currently constrained because of available space to grow our operations. If you if you come to Medway North, in Pier Approach, you cannot swing a cat. The site is very much rammed in opportunities for doing and bringing additional vehicles in. Currently is very limited. Without vehicles, you can't do the mobile commercial works activities. In terms of access to minutes from meetings, they are certainly published into the officer population. The liaison board minutes are produced, and effectively are the cabinet report that we are looking at tonight and coming along to discuss from Q2 is effectively a spin-off from the same document. So there's no information that is not here that is not actually at the liaison board, and vice versa. The formal boards are, as with all boards, are, they're statutory documents. They are available. They are published. Whether they're referenced is another matter, but they are there. There's no hidden board minutes tucked away somewhere. They are there. The process of reporting, the scrutiny we receive via the liaison board is, I think, is healthy. The cabinet and 9 times out of 10 we get a feedback and a question coming out of the cabinet report from somebody. Certainly the leader is very quick to come back and ask questions. So I know the information is read. I know it's digested. If it's not ticking boxes for people, then whether it's the cabinet, whether it's you in opposition, I'm more than happy to meld and produce a different document. I mean, I have in there, you look at the KPI tables at the beginning, there's some red on there. You could argue, I don't need to show it, but I mean, we have a very open and honest arrangement, and where we're underperforming and not where we want to be, it's there, it's visible, it's there for discussion. And all of those areas in particular are a regular focus for us to try and make movements. The next question was around the bins. The bin is answered, but largely that is an officer's question rather than one for Medway North. At the last waste scrutiny meeting we attended just before Christmas, I know that Ian Gilmore presented a piece around bins, and there's a large audit process going on at the moment, and as you mentioned, your ward in particular has benefited from some bins being reinstalled. Quite excited from actually we had a waste overview today meeting, and looking at the information that's coming back from those audits, although that bin infrastructure work, or bin infrastructure as they like to call it, that there are the addition of the QR codes, the mapping of locations, the records that will be produced and are almost there, certainly will be, I would think, by the end of this financial year, all in place, will allow a far more scrutable set of bin information going forwards. In terms of the collection, emptying of the bins piece, we empty what's there. In terms of the replacing of bins, we replace bins when we're requested to replace bins, supply bins, and effectively that is an additional paid for service. But we do it. So we are involved in the replacement of bins and management of bins, and we do report damaged bins, whether they're actually replaced at that point of time or they sit on a list waiting for a replacement, sits in the officer camp rather than ours. So yes, I think that the question as to whether or not all the bins in Medway are there or is valid, but the bin infrastructure piece will show that, and certainly I think there's a lot of talk about what and how we phase the replacement of bin type, bin location going forwards, and different mounting positions. But that is really their project rather than a Norse project. The next question, I've failed on there. What do you have next?
Just around So the next question was around headcount changes. Just so we've seen a reduction in headcount. So you've clearly gone through a rationalisation process in terms of the overall 2P'd account going across from your original headcount. So again, just some of the commentary around that.
Yeah, okay, so the headcount is a bit confusing. When I say that the reports that we produce are all related to the council-related contracts, the headcount is an overall headcount number, which includes schools that have come in and come out, so you won't see that reflected in the 2P numbers that you're looking at. There are and have been over the 10-year duration of the Norse contract, or the 9.5 years, coming on 10 years, duration, efficiencies and restructures in the management and supervisory level, small adjustments. I mean, we're not talking big swings in labour. On the service delivery level, the operational side of it, I can't think of anywhere where we've actually taken staffing levels down, because at the end of the day, nearly all of the contracts we have or are delivering are people focused and related activities. Cleaners need to be on the ground, dust collectors, loaders, drivers. We need the same number to drive the same number of vehicles. Vehicles are the same, plants the same. So the grounds teams, the waste teams, in terms of overall headcount, are broadly the same. Where we're a shortfall of staff, topped up by agency, but we are really running at the same manning levels. That difference is really the 2P out that has occurred in the couple of years that it shows in I think, school contracts that have gone back. But interestingly, as they've gone back, most of those are now on their way back to us again, having. So, yeah. So, does that answer the question around that? Yeah.
Councillor Osborne, would you like to follow up on any of those?
I'm going to focus solely on my members' item and let other members contribute to other parts of the paper. Just on the missing bins, you've given me an answer which I accept. You say that there's an audit process which is ongoing. Could you give us more indication as to timeframes of that audit process? I appreciate you say officers have responsibility, and I accept that there's two sides to every coin here, but that coin definitely does have two sides. So you also have responsibilities because you're charging us for the service, and if bins are missing, effectively, that for me isn't acceptable. So if bins are missing and you're not aware that they're missing and the council isn't aware they're missing, then someone somewhere has to take the buck, so to speak. And ultimately, we're contracting you to pick up bins, and you must have some form of internal mechanism where you will know that you are just not picking it up from a bin, or a bin doesn't exist, because you'll be telling someone to go and pick litter up from a bin, and they'll physically go to that location, presumably, and not be able to pick it up. So I can't understand how. There needs to be more clarity, in my view, between how we've ended up. And I know this is small stuff, because if you look at the total number of bins you have with us, it's far higher than a couple of hundred. I absolutely get that. But my worry is that your interest is effectively as it's charging a service, and we have seen a reduction in bins that hasn't been communicated. Now, is it the officer's responsibility for that? I'm not sure it's entirely their responsibility. You're saying it is. I'm not necessarily comfortable that there shouldn't be a two-way communication. I know you've said that you do report broken bins. How often do you do that? Because it only became apparent that bins were missing when a member did the inquiry. So are you saying that you had already communicated those bins missing previously and the council officers did nothing? Or are you saying the council officers were unaware those bins were missing? I know there's a slight difference in nuance between the two, but I am quite keen to get an update on when that report is going to be published and whether there is transparent communication with the council on where a service that we're paying for isn't present, and whether that's been communicated up through you. That's just my challenge.
Yeah, no, I understand. Unfortunately, although I'm well aware the report is well underway, and I believe it will be completed, as I said, before the end of this financial year. I think probably by the end of February. In reality, the contract that you refer to and the bins is slightly more of a tricky question to answer. In reality, when the service is transferred from Veolia to Norse, it was business as usual, same bins, same schedules, and those schedules have been uploaded. So where we have locations and continue to collect bins has been where historically they were in 2018, and then with us in 2019, or back in 19. And as such, what I'm not sure ever actually existed, because we're having sort of the audit is taking place at the moment with the QR codes all going and hang on. And that process is very healthy. Now that every bin is being stickered and every bin is being located, there will be a definitive register, and that definitive register can certainly be going forward, looked at, checked, and you can critique. Now, what the bin frequencies in terms of collections and locations currently are still the transferred 2019 lists that came from the Veolia contracts. And I know it doesn't really answer your question. I think what I'm trying to say is there was perhaps a vagary around bins that is only at this point of time being clarified. I think it's healthy, and I think the outcome from what is going on will be good. And I think it will be, probably when we look, I've been involved in discussions looking at other services in other areas around the country, and what we're doing with the officers in terms of this infrastructure piece will stand us in very good stead compared to anybody else around. I'm afraid it's a case of looking forward rather than looking backwards for me. The backwards piece is perhaps not where it should be. The piece going forwards, I think, will be healthy.
Okay, thank you again, Councillor Osborne, for bringing those points forward. So, colleagues, we'll open up, respecting the area that Councillor Osborne has dealt with. Other members, please indicate. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tristan, for your members' item. I think there's some really interesting answers there, and certainly some stuff we'll take away and look to explore further, I think. And Andy, thank you very much, as always, for your report. I feel inspired by a new word, binformation. My goodness. That is, if anything was ever made for local government, it is that word. I've got a few bits and pieces, if I may. I'll run through them quick as I can. You touched on the QR code, so I think that's important to hear that that's, from your perspective, helpful. I think as a principle, it sounds good. It's worrying that on day one of a contract, or day 1,001 of a contract, the contractor and the contractee, neither of whom, at certain points by the sounds of it, could say how many bins there were across Medway. And that's not, I'm not blaming either party. It's just that's the perception I take from what we see here, what we've heard elsewhere and tonight. And that's, we need to be better at that collectively. But your teams can only collect from what is there. And they may well not know what was there previously, so accept that. On paragraph 7.5, 2.5, sorry, I've written 7, it's 2.5. I'd be interested to know, I accept some of these conversations will be commercially confidential, and I don't want to go into closed session, but as a broad brush, revising key performance indicators, is this one way? Is this the council as the contract holder going, we want to change some of these things? Or is a long-standing contracted organisation, and Medway North, making suggestions as to what might make things more operationally sound, financially sound, etc., etc.? It may be helpful, we'll have this on record, I'm sure, so perhaps the Vice Chair, in his recommendations for this item, it may be helpful for members of this committee and the Regen Committee to see the existing contract. I think that should be able to be shared. Like I say, it's a council document, and even if that's on blue paper, I think that would be appropriate. Just so we can understand what this 5-year extension might mean and look like. Whoever is the new leader of the council, if this is signed off before then, they'll have no ability, unless they want to renegotiate a contract, to change anything in that 4-year cycle. That doesn't sound great. So I'd be interested in some of that. you've heard me repeatedly say, I always want, Medway North is here. Would I rather have Medway North than a privately owned company? Absolutely, yes, I would. But it's about trying to look elsewhere for business, as Tristan rightfully said in his members' item. So I wanted to get an understanding around both capacity and commercial desire, let's call it that, to think about whether Medway North will be in a position within the next 2 years to look for waste contracts elsewhere in Kent. I guess particularly our neighbours, because they are our neighbours. I'm not sure contractually where some of those organisations are, but I do know the current provider in at least one area, Tunbridge Wells and Tunbridge and Malling, has been pretty publicly panned on all sides. So I wonder, and it's not, for the avoidance of doubt, that's not being delivered by Medway North. So I wonder whether you've got some thoughts around capacity to increase the Binformation superhighway elsewhere in the county. On turnover, you touched a little bit on this, but I want to explore it a bit more. In other parts of the public sector, and Teresa speaks about this passionately elsewhere, we've seen people just leaving because actually other jobs which are not in the public sector are paying a lot more for arguably a lot less responsibility. So driving a massive truck which is picking up litter and dangerous, not least because of the roads of Medway, not dangerous because of your drivers, but because of the roads across the towns. If someone's offered £5 an hour more to deliver shopping from a warehouse distribution to a store, they may well take that, even if they've been in that role for some time. So I wanted to get the numbers on turnover have massively increased, even if you accept the headcounts increased as well. So I wanted to get an understanding as to whether there are some broad themes, whether you carry out exit interviews, and if you do, whether there are any broad themes as to why people are leaving. I'd be interested in that. A couple of operational matters. This is predominantly strategic, but there are operational parts of the system which have caused concern and been raised here previously. Councillor Edwards and I and Councillor Murray had a long-standing issue when the sign shop transferred over. A relatively small order of ours was, I think, half a dozen signs across some cemeteries. The piece of work that's been done is good, but it took a long time to get there. So I just want to understand now whether the sign shop, if we were to do that same piece of ward work between Rochester East and Chatham Central, whether that would happen in a much more effective way, and whether it was just because of unfortunate timing with the TUPE transfer happening. On page 32, and I declare a predated interest, having worked at the Central and Brook Theatre at least 15 and a half years ago, if not a lot longer. I noted, I wanted to get an understanding as to whether, I think it was page 30. No, it may not be page 35. 32, sorry, 32. My numbering in my own handwriting is terrible today. So yeah, halfway down page 32, 2.4 of the North's report. I wanted to get an understanding as to whether, some works in some parts of the council premises can be quite technical. Theatres are not just buildings. There's a load of stuff going on there. And I'm trying to get an understanding as to whether, are there occasions where even if it is part of the general Medway North contract, where actually experts and specialists may be required, and actually, if that had been the case here, that might have saved everyone time and money. And then finally, as has been referred to already, this is the last time you've got to come to this scrutiny in this municipal cycle. We've got some democracy happening in 98 days, and we know there'll be a new leader of the council. So whoever she or he is when they go into post, if they ask to see you in their first 100 days, and they ask you, what's the best thing that Medway North has done, and what's your kind of biggest regret to date as something that could have been done better, I'd be interested to know what that would be as well. Thank you.
Some very good questions there. In answer to the bin question, your first question where you started, Vince, the bin numbers did come over, and they are recorded, and they are on the system, but they are recorded as the historic number that was being recorded by Veolia. So there is a set of numbers that were there, but what is clear is that it wasn't comprehensive, and actually we've been collecting from bins that actually didn't sit on a register, but they were carrying on collecting bins because habit and frequency was driving it. So I would suggest that we probably were over providing bin collections against contract rather than under. But that doesn't mean that the bins that should have been there were there. I know but technically we have delivered and continue to manage the bin information that we had from day one and carried on collecting bins. Where bins have been damaged and reported, and they have been reported by us, we have replaced bins as well over the last 3 years, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we've got all of them. And some bins, when they've disappeared, certainly we haven't necessarily had a contractual conversation about one bin off, one bin on, because that's not kind of where we are. We're in partnership and delivering and moving around, and if there's a switch between emptying that bin and putting a broom across in front of a shop front somewhere else and doing something else, that tends to happen in conversation and dialogue. So we focus more heavily on the partnership element of moving and doing what we're being asked to do than taking ourselves too contractually into. And I think that's probably, in answer to your last question, what has Medway North brought to the party and done well? It's that partnership piece in terms of working, listening, delivering, not necessarily going straight away to bottom line. No, contractually, it's £1 for this, and we're only supposed to do one of them. We take that kind of slightly more fluid approach to life, and that has worked well. It's certainly, though, the downside to working that very fluid model gets you to the point that Councillor Osborne brings up and points out. The structure that is going into place on the bins, I think, will change that process going forwards, and will make it a more visible and recordable item. But I would really hope that from an operational perspective, we don't get down to talking about single bins here and there, because that becomes very unhelpful in lots of ways and takes away from the bigger picture of delivering a service and an overall improved standard, which is where we are driving from our perspective, and certainly the officers drive us that way as well. In terms of the expansion across, in particular, waste services that you mentioned, North's group is being very active and is growing in lots of different locations at this point in time. So we started middle of last year in Rochford, just the other side of the water. We are in conversation with other people. The bit that we're not in conversation about is Medway North operating a waste service somewhere else. Waste services and ventures and partnerships are driven from a group perspective, and I think that might be, and I wouldn't be against the principle of Medway North growing as a company in Kent, and I think that's perhaps a dynamic for wherever and whoever is in control in the future, and where those conversations have between Medway North and North Group are influenced and looked at, because I think there is an element that we could deliver more. On a waste particular issue, the challenge comes back to location, to size and scales of sites. Waste cannot be delivered without waste operations, and that is the challenge that we've got to deliver elsewhere in Kent. We can't even deliver a commercial waste service in Medway at this point of time because we don't have sufficient footprint to do so, or license, will get licensed to operate that way. I'd love to operate a commercial waste service. I think it's a real lost opportunity, but until we can get a depot in a location that is suitable, we're kind of stuck. The sign shop element in terms of transfer, that was discussed at a previous scrutiny meeting. We picked it up and followed it up, and it was there. There were some confusions around the reporting of that, I remember at the time. I don't want to go back to it, but that particular issue was picked up and hopefully has now not and would not occur again in terms of communication through. It operates, it's ticking over as a function. We use it as Medway North as a function to produce commercially for us, as well as highways and others. So I think the sign shop piece is working. Hopefully that early doors confusion has sort of ironed itself out. As all things, is crossing across networks and systems, and that's the one kind of challenge that always hits us. How clever is the software to deal with inside-outside communication? And then how quickly we fix that with firewalls going up here, there and everywhere, but it gets there. The question around the turnover of staff is slightly more challenging. Yes, I believe we suffer, as you refer to, council kind of pay rates in terms of attractiveness. On the whole, in the sort of the grounds, green space teams, and in the waste teams, we hold on to staff pretty well. They like the security and the comfort in that working arrangement, and in particular drivers. I think we reacted quickly when the driver crisis hit. In terms of a year and a half ago, we were there, and decisions were taken to move rates. We're certainly on market on rates at the moment. Where we sit come April the 1st with the national living wage increase and the pressures that's going to bring, because I'm expecting that to run some challenges around, whereas people, some move, some don't, as to what that does on those services will be interesting. The services that do suffer high turnover are the part-time hours roles, which are more of a challenge because the rate that we pay is where it needs to be from a commercial point of view to deliver services. Those people don't want to work any more hours, so if they can gain a job elsewhere, they do. So cleaners do jump around, and some of our turnover is in the soft FM area. Equally on the SEN service on the minibuses, we've come under some pressure over the last 6 months in particular, with competitors around in Medway upping their rates and drawing people away. And that is going to be an ongoing challenge, but we have to deliver an on-value service as well to the council. So they are challenges that are in front of us, and I really don't know how the next 12 months are going to pan out on some of that. And it's a topic of conversation where we're looking at where the contract goes on the 1st of April, uplifts and bits and pieces. But we don't want to pay more than we have to, because we do want to deliver that partnership model, that value for money to the council, and hit that opportunity to generate profit and rebate.
Okay, quickly, if you
Very,
could.
very quickly. Thank you. Those are
All the
really
speakers.
substantial answers. So just quickly on the Central Theatre, and then just on the revised key performance indicators, who is suggesting the revisions? Is it North or is it Medway?
It's both. Yeah, no, and that is always the case. That in all of our meetings, it's a two-way exchange. I'd like to measure what is of interest to people, but I also need to measure what is of use to us as a business with that commercial edge as well. So we look to both, but both sets of KPIs are addressed. It's a two-way thing. I haven't really got an answer for the theatre, if I'm honest.
No, that's fine. If you want to come back via
Yeah,
a note.
yeah, I'll come back to you on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You've got a number of colleagues indicated now. Councillor Johnson next, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andy, for the very detailed report, and Tristan for the members' item, also very interesting. A couple of positives, as I've mentioned before, the SEN transport work seems to be going very well and smoothly. That's a real credit because it's not an easy area for North to be working in. My understanding is that that's likely to come up for another look at some point in the fairly near future. So if that is the case, I may be mistaken. I hope that goes well, but it's certainly very positive at the moment. Another positive is the CDs and DVDs recycling. This was a resident of Gillingham South who contacted me to say that currently we don't recycle CDs and DVDs, that there was a company in, I think, Birmingham that did do that, and would Medway be interested in partnership with them in order to recycle DVDs and CDs. The councils and organisations tend to seem a bit monolithic and unresponsive. I have to say, in this case, officers and Norse were very responsive. There was a trial, as you'll be aware, and the scheme was adopted, and the report says that 1 tonne of CDs and DVDs have been recycled. So that is really positive. And it's positive because it's responsive to the interests of committed residents, and it's really positive because that tonne would otherwise be occupying a landfill somewhere. And we had a bit of a clear out at home a few months ago and went to Hoath Way. Obviously, I didn't know who I was, but I was carrying a box of CDs out the back of the car, and one of the workers came up and said, "Oh, I'll take those." So they were on it straight away. So that was really positive and a real positive development. So many thanks to council officers and also to Norse for that. A couple of things. The chart which is provided in response to Tristan's members item on the bins, so I think that's page 23. I'm not sure I understand what that chart is telling me. Table below provided by RSC Directorate. So we've got columns across. So at the risk of being parochial, I'll focus on Gillingham South. Oh, it's not a risk, I am being parochial. So Gillingham South, deleted record as site not suitable, 11. Install new freestanding, nothing there. Install new post-mounted, 3. Total Q2 site visits. I'm not quite sure what that chart is telling me. So it might be very straightforward, but I'd be grateful for some clarification on that. Also, another thing that I don't really understand is the profit. So on page 24, the report says that total profit for 2021, 1.33 million, and then goes on about the rebate and the current anticipated profit. But the chart on page 28, which is the RAG rating, so for element 2.8, profit versus budget. So again, I'm not quite sure what that's telling me. So is the budgeted profit 107%, so 7% profit on the budget of 100%, that previously was 33% on a budget of 100%, but currently is red because it's well below that, both for the month and for the year to date. I'd be grateful if you could just clarify what I'm looking at with those. And just finally, very quickly, part of Tristan's members item is about the contract monitoring, and I'm just wondering what data's collected, what data is reported, who to, and at what level. If you could just sort of talk through a bit about how the granular detail of the contract monitoring is done. Who sees what. I mean, obviously there's probably a lot of that, but if you could just sort of flesh it out a bit. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. About the comments around the DVDs and CDs being and recycling, I'll just add to that. The additional positive is not in this quarter, but it's worth mention that we've just started a very good arrangement with Medway Street Angels in terms of use of items through the HWRCs as well. So that's an additional nice little reuse and an upcycling process has taken place with one of the local charities. On the focus, let's take the budget one first, because that probably is the more difficult one to answer. This KPI table is relating to our Medway North operating budget, as opposed to anything particularly council related. It's us operating the business, so it does include our commercial activity as well in the metric. And it is phased across the year. So when we look at the KPIs, we're recording a mismatch here, and we're also the information sitting behind that. I know full well what is driving that metric is actually the cost of inflation at this point in time, the cost of fuel, the cost of labour and materials that is driving our profitability very hard in the wrong direction at this point in time. We've had to take a number of actions to try to just steady the flow effectively and pull ourselves around a little bit. So it's typical of anywhere you will go and anybody's KPIs you would be looking at this year, everybody, in terms of where they were looking to be from a budget point of view and where they are in reality has taken a backward slide, unfortunately. But it's not a healthy position, but it's a position that we are reporting and fighting against. In terms of the table of data on bins, I don't want to take too much ownership of this table because it isn't mine or anything to do with it. My interpretation of what it is saying is that having done audits already, the officers are saying that the deleted record or site not suitable bins are bins that do need to be looked at in terms of relocation. But that's bins that are there. So they are bins that we are currently servicing, but the table is indicating that we move them to somewhere else. But it's not my table. So in terms of a clarity, I would suggest that comes back from officer rather than from Medway North. You have one more. What's the other question?
Well, sorry, yeah, thank you for that. It's about the contract, the detail of the contract monitoring. What provoked me to ask the question was the metrics that you've got in there about, for instance, member inquiries and reports of fly tipping, those sorts of things. And I know, anecdotally, I would say there are times during the year where I'm reporting fly tipping or problems with street cleansing 2 or 3 times a week. And the numbers seem quite low. So I don't know, there's classification issues maybe. I don't particularly want to get into that. I'm just wondering, what's measured and who it goes to.
Yeah, okay. So from a monitoring point of view, and some of that complaints and complement elements that are sitting in our reports is what comes to Medway North in terms of the functions. So we have a mixture in the current contractual arrangements where, for instance, on the green space we are client and contractor, where on the waste services all information and records are coming back in via the council system. So the metrics and the reporting of them is a little bit mixed at this point in time, and I think that's perhaps, if there's somewhere to focus on harmonising data going forwards, that there is a bit of that, and I guess it really links back to how much of a Medway North, Medway Council unity we are, and how much of looking at 2 separate operations we want to be in the future. But I think that is scope for the conversation. The partnership model allows us to look at that and report that in different ways. In terms of monitoring more generally, away from bins, we've effectively got 3 main areas that we're operating in formal contractual. No, there's 4, but the 4th one I'm just thinking. So the 3 main areas being green spaces, the waste contract, and the FM elements around the core contract. So there are lead officers for each of those which hold monthly meetings with us, looking at and monitoring and recording. So they have, each of those areas have their own separate reporting KPIs, council-driven KPIs that we discuss and you know, record and action, and they are all minuted meetings. So they exist as a monitored function in the background. The other areas on top of that, you mentioned the SEN buses. Now we operate we operate 40 buses there, and it's a tricky service, but it is a service that I think we deliver with some satisfaction. One of the nice things about having that service is we've been able to utilise and bolt on and deliver some support to the Ukrainian community. It sits in the CSR section at the moment, but that, if we weren't delivering a schools bus service, we wouldn't have had any buses in the first place. We wouldn't be able to get volunteer drivers to help out and do bits and pieces. So there are spin-offs to a lot of the services we deliver that allows us to do some CSR activity as well. And I think that is another important face of Medway North, that we are seen to be doing some of that bits and pieces around, and do. The element of what more that we do there, and the monitoring around the SEN service is different to all the others. We don't actually have a contractual meeting with that team, but we do, for instance, on HRA, so housing, we will have, but that is a contracted arrangement and one under commercial tendering. So where we have a commercial tendering process, we always have a contractual meeting. Where we are in the core contract, those three main elements, we're monitoring in a united regime. Some of those, there are some other little bits and pieces that aren't at this point of time, but satisfaction levels are high. Maybe so maybe it's because we don't need to be monitored that but they aren't there. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we have 4 more questioners, so I will take Councillor Murray is the first of those.
Thank you, and thank you for the report, Andy. I wanted to ask about 4 things. First of all, on page 20, at 4.5 of the council report, can we just have a look at the building conditions survey? Because I feel a bit concerned that you're saying by the 10th anniversary of the joint venture contract in May, we'll have done it. Does that mean there's only been one building condition survey and it's taken 10 years to do? Or am I reading that wrong? And the reason I'm particularly interested in it is that if building condition surveys are out of date, that has a big impact on insurance premiums. So I'd like to try to understand that, and if I have understood it correctly, then I'd like an explanation as to why it seems to have taken 10 years, please. That's my first question.
Yeah.
My second question is about the routine inspection of play equipment and subsequent repairs, if any are identified. I've had a bad experience, actually, at Copperfield play area, where we've been trying to get quite a large piece of equipment mended for a long time, and there's been all sorts of shenanigans about we can't get the part and we didn't know it was broken and other things. I'm not saying that people haven't responded, but I'm not satisfied either with the speed of the response or the nature of it. You have said we've got a very popular bulky waste service. It's so popular there's a 4-week waiting time for the standard service. Given that people have to pay for that, and actually the rates are quite high, I wonder if there's a point where you might have thought, well, we need to increase our capacity to meet demand, or is it satisfactory for people to pay for the service and wait that long? And indeed, I've had some direct experience of that, where, anecdotally, but it's a real thing for my family and I know lots of residents have to. I needed to get rid of a large item for my mum, who is a very elderly person who lives in private flats, where actually the neighbours worry about there being items of bulky waste, quite rightly, in their waste area. But it was difficult to store the unwanted item, in my mum's flat. And in the end, I asked a commercial operator to come in and actually lost my amount that I'd already paid to Norse because, quite frankly, I got fed up with, trying to get it move more quickly. If you've got high demand for a service, the thing to do to keep it up to me is to try to increase capacity. You've told us this evening, and it says, this is repeated in the report, that you want to increase the amount of work that you can get in order to improve the return on the partnership and the return for the council, which I think, if I look back to when the contract started, has always been significantly more modest than was ever envisaged. That's not to take anything away from the workforce and the challenges and different things that have happened in between, but I still think, relative to what was hoped for, it's modest. So can you tell me, what is your process for identifying contracts that you might like to take on? And, is there a dedicated team who are always looking? Is it something that is, sort of passed around and known about, and you don't feel it needs anything more significant than that? And if you were, for example, to take on a contract for doing something else something large in another area, like waste collection, would you be confident that Norse's reputation here would be robust enough to carry through to wherever the new area was? And I don't mean the waste contract particularly, I mean anything. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I start with the condition surveys, and yes, I can understand why you've jumped to the conclusion you've jumped to over 10 years by the way it's written. That is not actually true at all. The elements of building that you refer to from a statutory point of view have all been completed in the 10-year window. What this is referring to is a baseline condition of the property. Now, the first one, and it is carried out on behalf of the council. It's not in the Norse contract in terms of condition survey. We had a survey that was carried out on behalf of the council. Actually, Mike, you'll tell me, I think it's 10 years ago now itself, isn't it? The Pentagon condition survey, can you remember? I can't remember, sorry. But it goes back a long way, an original one. We have been pushing for the last 3-4 years to revisit and reproduce a baseline condition survey for the property. This year, it was agreed and funded via the BRMF funds, and has just been started, due to be completed by the middle of this year. So we are this time carrying out the survey. I say we are. MPS, the professional side of the Norse Group, are in doing condition surveys on behalf of the council, for the council, to give that property portfolio understanding of condition. And it's a lot more than the building. It's the electrics, it's the lifts, and the whole piece in terms of future, so that we can structure a sensible spending regime on the refurbishment and upgrade going forwards, in conjunction at the same time as that's going on. Obviously, the look and the consolidation and understanding of what buildings are doing, and the refit programme is taking place in terms of energy reduction. So there are a number of bits that are taking place. The audit and the refit programme are not Medway Norse driven in themselves. They are Medway Council driven, and we are producing that condition survey. But it will be that condition survey that drives Rob Dennis in terms of where he drives Medway Norse to deliver service going forwards.
Okay.
Does that answer that? The play equipment inspection, I don't know the specifics of the playground you're talking about, but what I will say, just generally from an engineering perspective, at this point of time, lots of bits, bearings, components on vehicles are on long deliveries and times, and there's not much we can do about that, I think, other than communicate. So if you feel that we have failed to communicate in that, I can only apologise. I will pick it up with a playground inspector and find out what's gone on. But it clearly is an issue because you mentioned it. But so if you could email me some details on that, I'll certainly follow that up for you. Bulky waste service is a contracted service. We do not take any income for the bulky waste service at all. It is generated and comes into the council. Contractually, we're obliged to do, I think it's 55 collections a day. Most days we end up squeezing in extra than the 55 because somebody somewhere, like yourself, comes on and we are sent out by the council to try and to mop up and clear up. That is maxing out on the crew and the vehicles we have available and funded for that service. To deliver more, we would have to put additional crews on. We would have to put additional vehicles on. That it's a funding issue rather than necessarily a Medway North specific decision. Unfortunately, I can see the request. But it's outside of my remit to be able to say that we could do that. In terms of the complications around bulky, there's some new legislation coming through on POPs, which is going to challenge further the situation on bulkies, which we are discussing and talking through with the waste officers at this point in time. We have to be compliant from an environmental point of view in the way that we collect, and it's furniture related, cushions, that have a fire protective coating on them. It's an area that is a real challenge at the moment, and the whole of the industry is trying to come to terms with how to deliver that collection without impacting the current collections and activities we're doing. And at the moment, there's potentially going to be more pressure on the bulky service than there has been. But it also relates to the fly tipping and collections and bits and pieces. So POPs is an issue, not really your question, but it's one that puts more pressure back into that area. In terms of the contracts, looking for new work, we have a central team in Norwich, a bid team. We tend to look for contracts of 3 years plus. To by the time you've put the time and effort into to price something, to measure it up, and to do it, with the limited margins that are there, we need a payback period, and we're constantly doing that. So it's where we pick up. At the moment, we're tendering for fire service, for instance. We're doing some work with Kent. Whether we're successful or not, it depends. But we always price on a margin that is not going to damage the Medway Council contractual arrangement. So I could win work, but then it would effectively come away from that. So in some ways, the fact that we're not winning in a competitive market kind of encourages me a little bit, because I think it just means that we're pricing certainly comfortably, getting that right going forwards and starting to win more work. I don't know whether much out of Medway will ever be a reality for Medway North, but within the Medway towns, certainly, school by school, we gain soft FM, and we're trying to gain additional caretaking services, which we are picking up. Little contracts, but they are when you look at the value of them, they're quite small in terms of their overall contribution. But we are winning work, and our reputation in the schools arena is good at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Curry, please. Councillor Murray, could you put your mic off, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report, and thank you to Trispa for his members' item. And just to demonstrate that we don't do whipping, I've actually got a couple of questions that have already kind of been covered by what Councillor Murray was asking to start with. I just wanted to touch, going back to the part 4, the facilities core contract part of the report. And in there, on paragraph 4.2, just some clarity as to what that means, because I've read it a few times and I still really can't get my head around what's being said there. And basically, it says that the property and capital teams are still waiting on access to Medway North to enable a better sharing of building information. Okay, that makes sense. A set of proposed KPIs were submitted in June. Further discussions will be had with both parties early in 2023. So what are those KPIs referring to? Is it about maintenance of the building? Is it? I'm unclear as to what those KPIs are for. So that would be nice to have some clarity on that one. And just moving on then to the point that Councillor Murray just referred to in paragraph 4.5 and the building, the 10-year anniversary. And you've answered that very clearly, and it's good to hear. So my understanding is that the company Hammond, Barrow and Smith are now carrying out a building survey, and they've only done 20%, but they should expect to finish it by May. And is that about the underlying infrastructure of the building itself, the structural surveys and stuff like that? My fear is splashes, and this is where I'm coming from on this. The ceiling fell in a few years ago, and it's cost us a fortune to rebuild it. Is this related, or is this just general things and looking for problems? Because the situation may easily arise again if these building surveys aren't done, and then another ceiling drops in on a facility, or somebody could even worse get hurt in the process, and it costs the council a fortune. So I'm just concerned, is that what this is about? I'm asking a question there. And then moving on to the next paragraph, 4.6, is about the audit of paperwork at buildings. Now, in there, you make it very clear. They said it refers to health and safety will be reviewed to assess the completeness and statutory compliance. The results will be related to Medway North. So are you waiting on Medway Council to give you information so that statutory functions can happen? Because at the end of that paragraph, we say this task is currently on hold and will continue increase as resources become available. So does that mean that some statutory functions are not happening because you don't have the right information? Again, it's clarity around that point. That's my issues on buildings. If I can move on then to green spaces, if I may. You mention in paragraph 5, which is on page 2021, just crossing the page there, reference to a communication campaign has started to promote the wide range of green space in Medway, raise the profile of our wonderful green spaces assets. Is that just a Norse initiative, or is that combined with the council's green spaces team? I haven't seen any evidence of this, so I'd just be interested to know how that's panning out and where that's going. And then finally, if I can, I'd like to go to page 55 in the report, and that is the reference to the Climate Change Action Plan. In there, you've got a number of points where you feel that Norse has got a role to play. I mean, it's fantastic. There's no complaints here. It's really good to see that Norse is taking a keen engagement with this really important work. And in that, you mention on page 57 about recycling plans, and that's under action 2.11. Continue to maintain minimum levels of waste to landfill. And I just wondered if there was any scope within that engagement, which you talk about there, of recycling within parks. Currently, we have the bins, and back to bins, I'm afraid, on this one. But a lot of London authorities in particular have those triple bins where you can recycle different items and stuff like that. We've not tried it in Medway. I've mentioned it a few times over the last couple of years. And maybe it's something that country parks could trial or something like that, something to give it a go. Because it would be great that people with tins could put the tin in a tin bit. And I know that's complex, and I know that there are some issues around the sort of cleanliness of the waste and stuff like that, and mixed waste doesn't always work. But it's certainly other authorities are doing it and doing it quite well, and it's something that I feel that we could take up the challenge on that one, and just wondered what your feelings on that were. And then I want to get on to trees, if I may. Now, as I understand it, from page 62 in the Climate Change Action Plan, if I just move to there first, it makes reference to, hang on a second, just get me ducks in order here. Oh no, sorry, forgive me. 65. Let me move on. I'm like Vince here. I was getting my numbers mixed up. On page 65, you make it very clear that you cannot deliver healthy tree stock. It's to sustain existing healthy tree stock, blah, blah, to support resilience to climate change and disease, etc., etc. This is not your role. I mean, you make that very clear. Under the last column, you say no trees need watering first 3 years, etc., etc. I'm really concerned about that. I think it's a real shame that you haven't managed to engage with that. And I wondered whether or not it's a lack of resources or funding or whatever, because the tree stock in Medway is depleted. If a tree is removed, it takes a long time. I mean, according to the contract arrangements, I think you've got 50 trees going in this year, which is literally nothing. It's not going to make any difference at all. And even that's a struggle. And some of those trees that went in last year, there were some trees that went in last year on the Esplanade, died because they didn't get watered. And there are issues around that part of how we deliver a new and healthy tree stock in Medway. And it's clear that it's something that you don't want to be part of. Except that under the Urban Tree Challenge Fund, and this is target number 4, action number 4.4 on page 59 in here, if we can just backtrack to that if you don't mind. Page 59, action 4.4, work in partnership to evaluate for carbon offset, and there it says increased tree planting levels is difficult. We accept that you're struggling with that. However, with the Urban Tree Challenge Fund that's come in, and some of the trees are actually going in as I speak, they're in the next few weeks, they're going in, you've suddenly got the resources to plant trees because the funding's there. So I'm just kind of questioning why it is you can't help us maintain a healthy tree stock across Medway, but as soon as we get some other funding, suddenly the resources are there and you're in there helping out. And that's great that you are, I'm not complaining, but the relationship there seems to be based purely on a sort of contractor and client relationship going on there, as opposed to this Medway North partnership, which we're all in favour of. So I'm just a little bit concerned about how that works and why it is you can't help deliver a better tree stock for Medway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to Councillor Curry. So the building KPIs relate to and comment in here in the report. Just to clarify, in the FM, the building section, this is not populated by Norse. This is council officer comments that are here. But I will comment on the building KPIs piece because I have been involved in the conversations. This is more to do with the breakdowns and repairs, and the KPIs reporting format has been to do with the electronic data collection of a building generates an issue, a loose seat requires replacement, the length of time it's taken to replace that loose seat, response time, satisfaction levels, and that metric of reporting. That's what's being referred to there, and getting it in a format that, not that it doesn't exist, it's with the new compliance management team within the council having it in the format that they want. It is an example of where we are trying to work with them in partnership to give them the response and information that they want to manage their buildings and to manage building managers, which we aren't. We're a service provider to those various clients, and all the compliance aspects associated, which are commented on in 4.5 and 4.6, the second part of your question, are actually relating to the building management side of it, which is actually not the Norse element. It's actually the council building responsible person for whichever building it is. Now, we are that person here in Wharf, but in the other properties around Medway, 9 times out of 10, it's a council officer, not a... so it's that piece. So it kind of gets confused, but it is all about the service delivery that we give, because we are the service provider, and actually that is very much more of a straightforward contractual arrangement where the information is council owned. Does that answer that element? Yeah, okay. So the surveys that are being carried out will give that information. Now, the Splashes report, the condition surveys that were carried out whenever it was, many years ago, and long before I arrived in Northland, did have the reports around Splashes and the Splashes structure and bits and pieces, but they were all, when you got a survey, and there were, and at the time I arrived in 2018, there was over £20 million worth of work identified on condition survey reports that needed doing. We had around, well, what was 250, it raised to £500,000 a year via the BRMF funding arrangement to target and carry out refurbishment repairs. Clearly, a lot smaller amount than the demand sitting there. Now, a lot of what was on that original condition survey list from whenever it was, £20 million worth of work, is still sitting there waiting to be completed. So the condition surveys that are carried out, again, will be, RAG rated in a new format, so that anything that is health and safety related will be carried out, and in fairness was carried out on the previous surveys. So the real health related stuff was targeted, but the building general infrastructure refurbishment, the niceties, but still deterioration that if it's not tackled takes place, has taken place from those condition surveys, and probably on many buildings will show further deterioration in some areas. The bits that are keeping the building safe and open, hopefully we won't get too many of those, because the feeling is that the monitoring regimes that are in place and the day-to-day maintenance is on top of, but it's actually it's the improvement side and the longevity piece that requires that condition survey to be carried out. So it's a good piece of work. I suspect it will be a scary piece of work. So when it comes in and we look at the bottom line, what's this going to cost to? There won't be the funds, but it is taking place for that reason, to give us something to talk about and decide, well, what can we do? And we'll do that certainly in partnership. The promotion, advertising, green space stuff is being done in conjunction with all teams. There is actually a dedicated communications officer, which Norse are part funding at this point in time. And so whilst we're doing that, we're also hoping that over the next year we can get some other good promotional activity out and about. But it's a combined piece. It's certainly not Norse view on life, and it's not Norse promoting green spaces. We will promote green spaces, and we do, but it's more about the bigger picture, and it's a Medway thing. Tree planting. I think from a black and white point of view, the interpretation that you've taken is not necessarily where we sit. We certainly are not saying no to trees, and we are certainly not prepared to maintain trees. What we have is a limited resource and availability. And when we do a tree plant, there is 3 years of funding in the mix for watering. It's been a problem. We've focused on all the recent established tree planting on using the tree bag solution, which has been very effective and was effective last year. We have certain areas where vandalism or theft of bags has taken place, but the long and the short of it, where we've had trees planted and bags in place that first 3 years, is very effective. The problem that the Green Space team have is what to do beyond that 3-year period. We haven't got resource to drive around the Medway towns with a water bowser. The cost of water we have to draw is an expense as well. Not saying we shouldn't be doing it. I think there's a bigger piece of work, how we can, and from a climate change perspective, the new depot that has been constructed has a water harvesting solution. We are hoping that we're going to be able to utilise some of that water harvesting to reduce the cost and distribute around. But we've got to make sure that we're compliant from an environmental point of view when we're doing some of that as well. So we've got some boxes to tick along the way, but I'd like to think that we can reduce our costs and allow us to do a little bit more. But the reality is it's a limited resource. The tree planting that is taking place now, the luxury of the tree planting season is the non-growing season. So we have resources that we are, in the past, we were very much a seasonal workforce. We've now moved our grounds teams onto very much an annual contract arrangement. So we have resource running through the winter that we can utilise to do other bits and pieces. The tree planting is what we have them doing now as part of that process. So come the 1st of April, when the grasses are growing again and we need to be cutting, some of that resource is not available to do the bits and pieces. So planting-wise, we'll always be there to help them. We'll stick as many trees in the ground as we possibly can, wherever they're coming from. But they are the funding for purchase of established trees and putting them in the ground is limited. And a lot of conversations take place, and I'm aware that you've had conversations with Calinda about that, and obviously the whip planting and the other bits and pieces and the success of all of that is a bit of a challenge, but we're certainly aligned to realising trees are part of our future, and Medway North will do all it can to do it, but with the resources, funding resources that we have available to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Croser, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mann, for your report, and thank you, Councillor Osborne, for your questions. I've got a third question, Mr. Mann, about item 4 and 20. The building condition surveys. You've said they're carried out by a company called Hammond Barron Smith. Is that correct? And my second question is item 11.1 on page 24. The joint venture has posted final accounts with for the 2021 financial year, reporting a profit of 1.33 million. I have the 2021 and the 2022 reports that you filed at Companies House. I can't see the 1.33 million, and you're expecting to return a rebate of around £665,000 to Medway Council, and then you go on to suggest that there's a 1.15 million anticipated profit for this current financial year, and that may generate a rebate to the council of £575. I noticed that in the statement of change in equity for the year ending 31st of March 22, an equity dividend payment of £900,000. I don't understand the language around rebate. What is a rebate, and how does that equate to money that's coming back to? Is it part of the profit, or just it doesn't? It isn't clear because I can't see any of the figures in the in the financial reports that you filed at Companies House.
Thank you, Councillor Croser. In answer to the first question, Hanson Barron Smith is the name of the company that's doing the condition survey work. They are a part of Norse Group, so they sit on the Norse MPS side of the business. So Norse Group centrally, their offices are Ashford, but they're a Kent based, but they are effectively part of the Norse family.
Could you say that was that Harrison you said, or Hammond? Because it says Hammond in
Hammond Barron Smith. Sorry, I know him as
that is
HBS. That is them. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Around the terminology, from a profit perspective, it is profit, but within the contract terminology, it's always referred to as a rebate. It is confusing, but it is really the split of the profit generated by Medway Norse, which is an 80% owned by Norse Group, 20% owned by Medway Council, is split 50% each way. So whatever profit is generated at the end of the year, 50% comes back to Medway Council. Because it comes back, it's been termed as rebate. So from the overall profitability of Medway North, 50% of whatever is generated is shared at year end. And over the duration of the contract, that has been a strongly increasing and developing share year on year. This year will be an interesting one to see where it finally lands, because a lot of challenge within it. But certainly the last 6 years has just seen incremental growth year on year that has been healthy money coming back to the council.
Can I come back? Just a quick question. I still don't understand why I don't see the 1.33 million in the figures for either of the 2 years. The 1.66 million odd for 2021 and 2021, and the retained profits is 1.2 million for the 2022, and yet it's around 1.33 million. It's not. It's 330,000 odd. It's not 1.6 or 1.2. I don't understand why you've got 1.3 in there. Could you come back to me that separately rather than we put you on the spot?
Yeah, I will check that and come back to you. No problem at all.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. George, if you could put your mic off. Yep, thank you very much. Final contributor, Councillor Turpin, please.
Thank you for the report, and thank you, Councillor Osborne, as well, for raising a few issues. Reading the report, can I just ask whether the 80% has changed over the years? Because in my head it was 60%, 40%, not 80%.
No, it's always been 80-20.
All right, okay.
I mean, that is just, it's almost arbitrary, because we operate in that very much full 50% partnership model. So although it is in terms of contractual ownership, but the reality is I don't see that's the way we operate.
Yeah, and I'm also surprised that dividends aren't mentioned, but maybe that's because dividends have to be shared according to the percentage of the shares, something like that, because dividend term in terms of when you're doing company accounts, and that there's a dividend statement, it comes out. So I'm just surprised it's called that it isn't stated as a dividend to Medway Council. Reading through this report, I think like many other people that read it, the building stuff really sort of jumped out a bit, because it seems fraught with risk, and it's clear that this is written by council officers, and but they're not mentioning a lack of funding. It's, if any blame is, if any reason is, it's delay or lack of staff, which is the opposite thing. So I wonder what your view was on the funding, because you did mention that the BRMF is where it's mainly coming from, and that's raised from 250,000 to 500,000, and the overall amount identified many years ago was 20 million. So to ordinary people, councillors like myself, it would seem that the funding could be an issue, that really you're very, very constrained on the funding issue, and that could be a major risk as we've got. So I'd like your views on whether that is as risky as it sounds, because it does seem that over a period of years, when we haven't even done an up-to-date survey over the last 10 years, there could be some real risks there. And it does look as if we've swept things under the carpet in terms of the needs of our buildings. And that, I'm not saying that as a criticism of you, but clearly as a committee, we would be very concerned about that in case it did become a health and safety issue. And if it's not a health and safety issue, it will become a revenue issue in terms of people won't want to use facilities that become sloppy, and you know, what springs to mind was the car park, which was dealt with last year, but there was a car park, I think it was the Brook, which was in such a bad condition that it was really off-putting to use it. So I think, again, that's no reflection on you, and you've done some work on it. I think if it was raised, but there could be other issues like that where there's dilapidation, which will cause a lack of revenue implications, and also when we do get around to doing the building repairs, that those amounts will be higher. That was my main real concern about it, the risk and all that sort of thing. So just a tiny point I noticed on the ecological, the green survey of what you're doing. I noticed that there is a proposal and a thought to cut the allotments in half. So I think that would be, that's sort of my political antennae sort of. I'm not an allotment holder, but it could be quite controversial, and it might need some sort of introduction to the allotment community before that becomes a hard and fast rule. So some sort of notice on that and finessing of what the issues are regarding with allotments. And another issue which I've come across more recently is that allotment holders can asking why they are no longer getting the compost that they used to from. I think it was from Medway North, and I did look into that, and I wondered if there's any way around it, because it doesn't seem very green that we're no longer being able to recycle compost and return it to allotment holders, which would be a very green thing to do, but there seemed to be some bureaucratic reason why we can't do that anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. The issue, if I take the last one, the issue around composting is a frustration to us as much as it is to the allotment holders. But as a waste carrier, we have to remain compliant with current legislation. We're not allowed to anything that we generate and stick in the back of a vehicle from a grounds clear space perspective, we need to dispose of and record the weights on it. So we are not able or allowed to take produce and produced clippings and drop them at an allotment site legally any longer. And we've questioned it, we've looked at it in terms of what we can do, but I can't do it compliantly with the licences we operate under. If we didn't have the licence, then it would be slightly different, but because I have the licence, I need to transfer materials around the Medway towns correctly and legally. So it does sound bureaucratic, it probably is bureaucratic and a little bit silly, but it is what it is. I can't do a thing about that. In terms of the allotment splitting conversation, yes, of course, that would need to be communicated out there. It's out there as an idea because I think one of the things that is recognised is the shortage of allotments availability in Medway, and I know that from various people coming back and talking that there are a number of allotments that are half utilised. So I think it's from that kind of conversation has spun the idea of maybe if we split them, then there is some generation of new allotments. But it's really an idea. It's not gone anywhere other than that. And I think it's got some legs, but not necessarily deliverable in its current, as an idea. So that's where it sits really. And in terms of the funding available, I mentioned the 20 million, and I can't honestly tell you when the first condition survey was done. So if it's not, it might be less than 10 years, and I don't want to have misled you on that front. At some point, previous and prior to my arrival, a condition survey was carried out. That condition survey identified a bucket load of work to be done. That has gone and been discussed in much detail every year and at every meeting in terms of what funds can be released and are available to do work. The decisions that have been taken, led by Councillor Doe and Councillor Dolwyn at the property committee, have come back always driving targeting spend at wherever there's either health and safety or in particular revenue generation. So actually where spend has taken place, and albeit limited, it's nearly always been associated to revenue generating sites, which does mean if you're not a revenue generating site, you probably haven't seen necessarily the same level of decoration or refurbishment take place as some of the more prime buildings in Medway. Yes, it definitely is an area of funding need, but it's one that needs to be prioritised in the scheme of Medway, and it's probably sitting more with the finance department and what funds are available than it is with sitting with Medway North. We did have, I talked about 500, we did have 500 in our core budget. We actually gave £250,000 back to the council to allow more central control of how the money was spent on buildings. Indirectly, it comes back around the houses to us to do work, but the reality is the control of that spend is sitting, lock, stock and barrel within this building. And I think that's correct. I do think that is the correct way for that funding to be funded. However, it isn't sufficient to maintain buildings. In my view, yeah.
So, Chairman, I'd wondered if we could have a recommendation on that, because it's clearly not sufficient. The BRMF funding is not sufficient for the level of maintenance that is required on the Medway Council estate, and I think it would be remiss of us not to support Medway North. We've all got to raise this issue, and he's come here today, and it's come up several times from several different people. It's a funding issue.
Okay, well, can you work on some draft wording on that? I'm going to come to Councillor Maple on the recommendations. They're on page 24 because he's made a suggestion as well. But before I do that, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. Just very quickly, my wife and I are holders of Medway allotments. Just to make that clear, not taking part in the discussion. Did see it was on the agenda. I didn't think it was likely to come up, but just for clarity, thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that's a problem for either of you, but thank you for mentioning. So let's look at the recommendations, please. We have them, page 24. Councillor Maple, the point you were suggesting, first of all.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks again to Andy for quite a substantial, nearly over an hour and a half of answering our key questions. So I'd look to have perhaps a 13.3, which would be happy if it's all councillors, but certainly I would suggest members of this committee and the Regen Overview and Scrutiny Committee are given a copy of the existing contract between Medway North and Medway Council, in light of the suggestions that there may be changes to key indicators, and it's helpful to have that clarity of the starting point before we look at those accordingly.
The wording you've used would lead me to believe an actual copy of the actual contract, or do you mean a summary, or...
I would say an actual...
Do you want the legal document?
I would say an actual copy of the actual document, accepting that may need to be,
there might be some
an
privilege
item on blue paper.
Yeah.
I accept that. Without knowing what's in there, I don't know whether it needs to be, but I'm very happy to say if legal officers suggest it needs to be on blue paper, that's highly acceptable.
We don't have a legal officer here, but yeah, okay, that's fine. We can take that away. Then I'm coming to...
Can I just clarify something? Do you mean circulated for information to those committee members?
Yes.
Councillor Turpin, your suggestion, please.
This committee notes the insufficiency of the BRMF. This committee notes the insufficiency of the current BRMF funding model and the delayed building stock surveys. So we're noting that, and requests a further report on that progress is being made on bringing the Medway Council building stock up to standard.
Councillor Parra, you were indicating.
Thank you, Chair. Just in connection with Councillor Maple's recommendation, I would like to suggest that the circulation goes to every councillor because, you know, Medway North is ours in general.
Okay, you happy? Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to Terry to make sure, Terry, you're content that you have encapsulated. Right, okay. Members happy with the 2 additions? Yeah, I'll come to the Vice Chair to move them as discussed.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation as set out on page 24, including the additional points from Councillor Maple and Councillor Turpin.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Councillor Turpin, could you put your mic off, please?
Yeah.
Can I see those in favour, please? I think that's everyone. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Andy, thank you. As Vince said, over an hour and a half interrogation there. But thank you very much indeed, and for the original report. And our thanks again to Councillor Osborne for your elements, which were a significant part of that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to both. Okay, colleagues, we will take a break as we usually do. Not quite yet. Let's go to the constitution changes, if we may, which Michael is bringing to us. Michael, agenda item 6 from page 71.
Yes, good evening, thank you. So today I bring forward a revision to the Council's contract procedure rules. In a nutshell, at their core, they serve to create a more joined-up, user-friendly and stakeholder-engaged approach to the way we procure at Medway. So I'll be taking any questions.
Okay. Obviously, this is procedural matters here, but any questions? Okay, could I see, it would really help me if anyone who's got a question would indicate now rather than supplementing as we go through, as it were. Okay, so I have 3 members wishing to ask. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much. And it's worth saying that a lot of stuff I probably would have asked was asked to audit. So actually they've done their job. Thank you very much. Shame Tristan's not here to hear that. There's just, I guess from my perspective, a couple of bits really. One is around this committee will be aware, obviously, because we have spoken about the issues around the Queen Street procurement process, and Children's Services have had obviously items around the GFC school process. In both of those, the issue of information governance has been quite clear. This is covered, I think, in particular on paragraph 30.4. If you bear with me, I'll try and give you a page number somewhere here. Anyway, so I think it's important to say, actually, this is very critical to us, and certainly to me, as someone who's listened to that information carefully, who has got concerns. We've got an ongoing, I think, officer working group, and it may be, if the Vice Chairman is happy, it may be worth asking for an update from that officer working group at the March meeting. We can pick that up in the work programme as well, perhaps. But I think in both of those examples, we had a failing in the information governance, which meant we couldn't discuss the items we wanted to discuss. So just to flag that up, really, and just to make sure that moving forward, that's absolutely key and critical. On the issue, again, I think on 10.5, which is on page 140, if you look elsewhere in local government and in public sector and indeed in the private sector, this is an issue which quite often catches people out, sometimes unintentionally, sometimes intentionally, which is where you'll have contracts which are 20 quid under the limit, and then you'll have another contract which is 20 quid under the limit, and on it goes and on it goes. So I just wanted to get an understanding, and I absolutely agree with the 3rd bullet point there, frankly, that if that was to be happening and without dealing with it appropriately, disciplinary action would be appropriate. I agree wholeheartedly. But I just wanted to get an understanding as to the triggers on the system. So a good manager will go, actually, yeah, we've hit that £25,000 mark. We've done 3 £10,000 tender processes because this company does stuff. So I just want to get an understanding as to, are there triggers elsewhere, whether they're finance triggers, procurement triggers or elsewhere, that will flash up to say, actually, we've given this company now more than £25,000 of combined contract in 12 months, 24 months, whatever it might be. And it may well be they've gone through the appropriate process, but I just want to it's always been a bit of a concern of mine that if people wanted to play the system when it comes to procurement, that is a quite simple way of doing it, just being under the radar on a number of occasions. So if you can give me some reassurance around that. This process is what it needs to say, but it's the practicality of how that will be delivered in real life.
Absolutely, thank you. So what we've been doing for a couple of years now, actually, is we work quite closely with our finance management team. So when we look at the finance management system, any new supplier that's set up actually comes through the procurement team to actually authorise and to ensure that they've gone through the correct processes. We also work with the systems team to run off reports of the new suppliers to make sure that there's been no repeat offenders. So as you quite rightly say, if somebody sets somebody up for £20 underneath the threshold, to actually flag up and to actually capture those as well. I think we've had, at a push, 1 or 2 over the past couple of years, if you want the truth. And whilst maybe indirectly associated, that's to do with the comms with it as well, and actually the revised contract procedure rules. If people are more, enticed to actually read and understand and comply with them, actually we like to think that's going to reduce further to nil.
And on the information governance, just some reassurance around that the council is learning lessons. Obviously, like I say, I think if we can have the recommendation, we'll see that. I think that's at a senior officer level, that working group. But if from a kind of operational level, we can have some more reassurance that information governance, both the physical contracts, but sometimes the correspondence that go with them, that's going to be managed appropriately moving forward.
Absolutely. So a new theme, and hopefully something that you would have picked up, which is kind of riddled through here, is about the category management engagement form, which allows us to be part of the process much sooner, actually, to invite the relevant portfolio holders, stakeholders, etc., onto those projects from day one, rather than kind of tapping into them as you would expect at various stages of a project where you don't have as much leverage or benefit. So in terms of those relationships, we're part of it much earlier, so we can stop or identify those issues and flag them up at a much earlier point of the process.
Thank you. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the report. Just very quickly on this one, it's in relation to climate change. And paragraph 4.2, and well, section 4, advice and analysis, 4.2 lists the following benefits, but climate change isn't mentioned there, and I think it probably should be, in the same sense that social value gets a mention as a benefit coming out of our procurement process. And then on page 118 of the report, which is appendix 1, section 7 does talk about climate change, but it would be nice to see the climate change action plan mentioned specifically in here. That's the catch-all policy that the council, it's a very good plan in my view. Out of the council's carbon footprint, the measurement is that we deliver 1.4% of Medway's carbon, but actually the other 98.6%, we have a huge influence over how that is managed. So it would be nice to see a very specific reference to that plan that we have, and then perhaps sort of bring in the liaison with the climate change team as well. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, yes. So the way this is drafted, so climate change forms part of social value and not vice versa. Hence, the report is focused on the delivery of social value. One of the 5 themes of the social value TOMS is the environment as well. So whilst I take your point, we do work with the climate change to make sure that our part of it is delivered. It could be more expressly represented. So I'll take that. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I withdraw my request to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Murray, please.
Thank you. It's just under the social value section, please, Michael, and I don't know whether this might be a question for Sam. On page 148, Criminal Records Bureau checks, disclosure and barring service. Absolutely, the requirement for everybody through the delivery of service coming into contact with vulnerable people should have an up-to-date and satisfactory DBS. I think that members should have one as well, particularly in relation to our role as corporate parents.
Absolutely, and I don't disagree with that. So if that's a consensus, I'm more than happy to build it in just to make sure it's covered on all bases, unless...
So would we recommend that applying from May for the new council? Yeah.
It's worth saying we did have them. At some point, we stopped having. So 2007, certainly when I was first elected, we certainly had them. I think in 2011 we did. I think they went in 2015. Not quite sure why. We've had at least 3 different chief legal officers in that time. I would support that. I support the principle. So yeah, I think if okay. I'm not quite sure who needs to formally decide that, somewhere in the system. But
well, we can recommend it, can't we? As from May this year. The new council.
Sam might want to come in.
So,
So in terms of DBS, there were some changes in 2020 that did redefine why we would check somebody and what would give us the legal remit to do that. So I'd recommend that you recommend we check against that legal governance to see if that's something we can introduce.
fine. So looking at the wording of the recommendations, page 70. Oh, sorry, David.
Sorry, as a member that sat on lots of children bodies, I had to have, and every member did, you'd have to have a DBS on every single one of those, which did seem nonsense. If members have them once a year, that would make more sense than one for corporate parents, one for ONS, etc., etc. Sorry.
Okay, well, let's have a look at some wording that might encapsulate that. Don't know, Terry, if you can give us some guidance.
I mean, this is me being very anecdotal now because I also used to have one, but I think the rules changed at one point, and I think it became less of a requirement if you were exposed to children, but you weren't kind of, one-on-one or that kind of thing. I think that it was less of a requirement. So, for example, I used to have one because we have young people on the ONS committee. Actually, the rules changed. I didn't have to have one anymore. So if you give me a couple of minutes, I'll try and work something around us recommending that it's explored about. Is that okay?
Well,
Could do.
yeah. Mid-item, shall we take our coffee break now? And that gives Terry some chance. If you've got any particular suggestions on wording, feel free to come up during that break to Terry, please. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We resume the BSOS meeting, and we are to consider the recommendations of this committee in response to item 6, the contract procedure rules. Members, I draw to your attention we have recommendations at page 77, and with respect to the tense of B, 11.1b, it will need to be reviewed and provided comments. But following members' other discussion about potential tests for members to be undertaken with the new council, new municipal year, we have some suggested wording which Terry Reynolds will kindly now let you hear.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just clarify one thing before I mention that. So Councillor Wildy, before the break, was talking about having multiple DBS checks. What, if members did have a DBS check for Medway, that would cover you for all Medway committees, etc. What it wouldn't do is a number of members will sit on outside bodies, other charities and things. The legislation wouldn't allow you to use the Medway Council DBS check for those authorities, so it might be that some members would have to have multiple checks. So the suggested wording that I come up with is the committee recommend Cabinet to instruct officers to explore the benefits and requirements of elected members having a DBS check, given their role as corporate parents, and that this be considered for all members in the next municipal year.
So I'll invite the Vice Chair to move the recommendations with the tense change to B and adding on what is now C, as just enunciated by Terry. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Move the recommendation that's set out on page 77, A, B, and C as outlined by Terry.
Is that seconded? Councillor Clark. Could I see those in favour, please? Okay, that's good. That's unanimous. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much, Michael. We'll let you escape. Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us on to the two budget issues. First of all, housing and revenue account, capital and revenue budgets. Mark, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I need to start just pointing out there is an issue with section 16 of the report, in that some track changes weren't carried over into the final version. So there is an error around some of the years that need to reference 23-24 instead of 22-23, and there is a reference to government restrictions in there, which is obviously no longer relevant. The date that is there for the last available date for posting notices of rent increases remains correct, and the information around the meeting with residents for consultation also remains correct. So apologies for that. I think in terms of the remainder of the report, obviously it sets out our intentions for the housing revenue account budget for 23-24. Just in terms of context, we've been in a relatively unstable position with rents in relatively recent history. We've obviously had the 4-year rent reduction. That was then replaced with a new rent setting policy of CPI plus 1%. Given the current rate of inflation, that potentially meant the rents would increase for social residents, capped up to 11.1% for next year. So given that, the government consulted on setting a new cap for social rent and determined that 7% for 23-24 would apply across the sector. The proposal is that the council does increase its rents on social stock by 7%, and that results in an increase, an average increase of £6.11 per week across the stock. Affordable rents, which are obviously set slightly higher, will remain capped at the local housing allowance and will incur a lesser increase. We're proposing that garages increase by an increase that's close to inflation, 10%. Service charges are an area where we review what we set the service charges at based on the current spend in this year. Whilst there is only an average increase of 96% across the stock, there are some significant increases around utilities that are all set out in the appendices. and that would result in some relatively big increases as they currently are, to the tune of about £14 a week for utilities in some cases, whether there is shared or communal heating. We are proposing to introduce a rebate of some of those charges to offset the increase by 50% to residents for this year. But we are proposing to increase them by the full amount, and that's really to avoid, if there is pressure on utilities this year, in future years they may need to go up by 500, 600% just to keep pace with the market. The report continues to set out information around performance, current plan works and the development programme. Broadly, there are challenges in respect to rent arrears.
Sorry, Chair. I may have an interest here with, I'm Chairman of AMAC UK, which is a temporary housing supplier to Medway Council.
Fine, okay, we know that, but Mark is indicating not.
Yes.
Not an issue.
No, thank you.
So rent arrears is an area that still remains challenging for the local authority and the sector at large. It is important that we continue to do the things that we're already doing in terms of providing dedicated support to tenants to help them address their finances, access things like discretionary housing payments or the household support fund. But there is potentially a bit of reviewing to do around resources dedicated to that, to that subject, as things are undeniably tough out there at the moment. Void turnaround times and void rent loss is also an area of pressure. That's something that took a bit of a hit through the pandemic and hasn't recovered, and that's something we're continuing to work on with me as our contractor. There are some challenges around expenditure for the housing revenue account, and that's part of the reason why we are looking at a 7% rent increase. The current repairs and maintenance contract for housing revenue account stock hasn't had an uplift for a number of years. At the point that was agreed, when we extended the contract, that seemed like the right thing to do, to return an investment to the council, or limit our spend on that particular contract. But obviously, given where the economy is now and the pressures around inflation, there is a need to uplift that contract from next year to make sure that it remains delivering everything that it needs to, but fundamentally providing safe accommodation for tenants. Increasingly, there are also challenges around plan works, so where we are going to the market for individual contracts, and there are a number of things that don't sit as part of
there's a query on
Really quick point of clarity, I just missed which contract you were referring to.
So that is the repairs and maintenance contract with Mears.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a challenge on some plan works as well. So Mears do a range of plan works for us, including kitchens, bathrooms and boilers. But there are challenges in terms of letting contracts to other providers around things like roofs, telecare upgrade systems, where we have had to reevaluate budgets and go back to the market with an increased budget to make sure that we can secure a contractor. The report also sets out our requirements around existing future plan works. We're in the third year of a 3-year plan works programme for housing revenue account stock. There is less requirement on plan works this year. That's all driven from our asset management system in respect of just the amount of kitchens, bathrooms, boilers, roofs that need replacing this year. There is an element of backlog from previous years that we'll still be expecting Mears to deliver. Sets out our ambitions around development and some of our capital requirements. Since the publication of this report, we have entered into discussions with the Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities around some other potential grant funding opportunities that relate to specific groups, particularly one is the supported single homeless accommodation programme. That we may look to explore some opportunities. So there will be a need to review the report that members currently have before its onward journey to Cabinet, just to make sure there's enough headroom within the capital borrowing to be able to explore those opportunities if we decide to take them forwards. The report sets out the review of the business plan at Appendix E. There is a significant amount of detail in there, but it does provide an interesting insight into some of the pressures that the housing revenue account is likely to encounter. Broadly, the plan is sustainable over the next 30-year period, but I should point out to members that there is a significant reduction in the projected surplus that the Housing Revenue Account was going to make compared to the business plan that was presented last year. Now, that is brought about by the increases in inflation, increasing in interest rates, changes that need to be made in respect of future operations, in respect of energy efficiency, but also safety. And that's something we'll need to keep under review on a more regular basis going forward, particularly when we're making any key strategic decisions. But it does represent a worst case scenario. So it does assume things like no government funding for energy efficiency works. And we already know that we have already bid into the government for funding to do a programme of works to council stock. But I'm happy to take questions from there.
Members could indicate if they will have a question. Okay, I have 3 members indicating. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for bringing this forward. I appreciate that there's a lot going on in terms of the context, both politically and economically, that will have an impact on this, so it's really helpful to see this. Just a few questions, if I may, and a couple of points to raise. So obviously, understand the need to bring forward the rent increase at 7% and appreciate that it's not capped at that it's not coming in at 11.1. I do believe that we've previously had conversations, probably at this committee, around a slightly lower increase. I may have that wrong, but I just wanted to understand if this is the type of projection that you'd previously planned for in terms of rent increases, which I know that was anticipated for quite some time now, given everything that's happening. I appreciate you've picked up on the fact that there is going to be an impact on people, and I just want to flag that, of course, we've got in place measures to support and help, but particularly when it comes to those who are on universal credit, as set out on page 162, who currently make up 66% of the rent arrears and are only 42% of our council tenants, roughly 43%. I just have a bit of a flag around the fact that, are we expecting this to disproportionately impact them, continue to disproportionately impact them? And again, appreciate you've already set some measures out in terms of the support that's been given, but given that they're some of our most vulnerable residents, I just wanted to get some reassurance around what work is happening there and whether you do expect that increase to have that disproportionate impact. And again, then just looking at rent arrears, this is more of a point of clarity, just so that I'm clear. But on page 161, under 6.33, we've got the graph which shows our rent arrears at year end, with 2022 in September coming in at 238,486 million. Is it million? Yeah. Just in terms of the 6.34, what the figure there of 602,000, I'm just trying to understand why it's such a steep increase. It might just be that includes a number of different housing-related debts, but if I could just get a bit of clarity on that, and what would that mean? What is the actual projection in terms of rent arrears from that figure? In terms of the void management, repairs. Obviously, you've picked up on the fact that, and I was going to ask the question around mayors and the contract, but you've already addressed that in your opening statement. But we do still have, quite a significant component that needs of replacement and upgrading that needs to happen. So I know you've in terms of maintenance to see how we can ensure that HRA stock. On the void management, again, having unoccupied property is obviously a concern. I just wanted to get a sense of what the plan is in order to address that issue, and when do you think we might be able to see some further kind of improvements within that area? On page 166, where you talk about the potential to where you look at the potential for the HRA account to look beyond stock that's currently all owned by Medway. You've mentioned major estate regeneration and joint ventures. I just wanted to get a sense of, A, have you given a thought to which potential estate regenerations? And secondly, in terms of JVs and partnership opportunities, again, has there been any consideration? And it may not be the case that it has, but I just wanted to get some clarity on if anything has been considered at this stage. Finally, on the business plan, yes, completely agree with the comments that you've made and the need to kind of review it and understand why those changes have been brought forward. Given what you've said about the political climate, the context and the current environment in the property market, has there been anything built in, and I know you've planned for worst case scenarios, which is helpful, but is there anything built in within that just to keep a regular review of how things are changing, given that they are changing quite significantly and quite quickly, and actually a crash in the property market has already been planned for, yet hasn't quite happened yet. So it's just about how regularly we're going to be kind of revisiting this, given that it's a 30-year programme. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Khan. Right. Yeah, so in terms of rent increases in the first instance and the ability to set a lower rent increase, so last year when we set the budget, I think there was the ability to raise rents by I think it was 4.1% was the cap, which was CPI plus 1% at that particular time. We took a view at that particular time to set a lower rent, which is always within the local authority's gift to do. And the reason we set it at that level was because we were considering what was previously projected in the business plan, what the very low rate of CPI was last year, and I think what we tried to do is average out or average both years to around 3%, which got the HRA business plan back onto an even keel. So that was the decision that was made at that particular time. There is the ability for the local authority to set a less than 7% rent increase this year. I think my challenge and the thing to balance in that consideration is that repairs for stock are likely to increase in terms of cost. We have new obligations in terms of safety. The Building Safety Act, parts of that coming into force this week. So there's requirements around safety. There are challenges around sector-wide in respect to property condition, damp and mould, making sure housing providers stay on top of that and invest in properties to remove those challenges. We obviously have decarbonisation, which is a potential cost in terms of our own stock of 60 million by 2050. And I think the reason we've opted for 7% is that other elements or other welfare components were uplifted by the rate of inflation. There were no guarantees that will happen again, happen next year or the year after. And if we set a lower rent, we know we're going to be baking some costs into the business plan, essentially in terms of salary increases for staff, increases around repairs, increases to our asset management programme, increases to interest in terms of borrowing to undertake development as well. And we thought that it was prudent to take 7% now, because actually it's really difficult to forecast forwards into next year and understand what's going to happen with the uplifting to housing benefit or to pensions or to universal credit. And we don't know what the government's rent setting policy is going to be either. We've just come off the back of a 4-year, well, I say just, it's been a couple of years now, but in relatively recent history, we've had a 4-year rent reduction. We may see a rent freeze going forward. So in order to safeguard the housing revenue account for the future, but also make sure that we continue maintaining tenants' properties to the right standards, giving them the right support, we thought it was important. We felt we had no choice but to take 7% this year, essentially. Now that, obviously, as you pointed out, that does come with an impact. So just in terms of the things that we do, I did speak through those in the introduction, but looking at our tenancy sustainment officers who are always working with residents, both existing and at the point that they move into the stock to really look at their income, look at any potentially underlying unclaimed benefit entitlements. Liaising with colleagues in the revenues and benefits team to make sure that any discounts are applied to council tax or any short-term issues can be met with a household support grant or DHP fund. We are going to have a look at the resourcing of that particular team and the need, which I think is really important. Obviously, uplifting rents by 7% allows us to do that in terms of if there is additional resource required. There is a need for us to link in with colleagues in the voluntary and community sector to see what support they can offer, but also, you know, what intelligence they might have as well, you know, in terms of our residents maybe talking to them before they're talking to us. So if there are opportunities to explore further partnerships there, then we will. And anything else that we think can help the situation, we're under no illusion that it's very difficult for residents at the moment. You asked about whether there was a disproportionate impact on those on universal credit. I think everyone's feeling it is a reality. I think, you know, it will be just as difficult for those on universal credit as it will be for those people that are on low incomes or perhaps don't have secure employment that's bringing them in a steady income. But the reality is that when you consider even just the cost of utilities, it's a more difficult position for people this year than it would have been previously. I'll give some more thought to disproportionate amount of that on universal credit claimants, if that's okay, and perhaps provide you with an update separately. Former tenant arrears, and that figure of 602,000, so that is a combination of former tenant arrears, so it's bad debt, essentially. So that's bad debt.
Yeah, I was going to point that out, yeah.
So that's 602,000. That is a combination of existing, so current tenant arrears, so that's everyone that's living in council stock now with a current rent account, and also anyone who has left a debt and then moved away out of council accommodation. We work closely with our finance colleagues to provide some structure around bad debt and the amount of money that we're putting away to provide, to cover that bad debt in the event that it needs writing off. But that's how that figure is made up. In terms of the MERS,
Just to clarify on that particular figure, do we know the element of that is tenant arrears, if that's 602,000, or projected?
Of tenant arrears in that?
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to check. So there's an element of rent arrears.
To understand the increase.
There's an element of rechargeable repairs that potentially might be in there as well in terms of bad debt. So I can get you clarity on that.
I'm just trying to understand what the projection is given the figures at the end of 2022, that's all.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah, I'll check. I'll confirm that if that's okay. Thank you. MERS contract. So there is. So we're looking at the structure of that contract going forward. So the reality of where we are with the MERS contract is that it needs to be retendered and re-awarded before its expiry in September 2024. That is something that we are looking at now. It's a big project, working closely with Mike Kelly in category management. There will be an update on that at the next HRA governance group, so we know it's an issue that members are going to be really interested in. It's also going to be an issue that tenants are really interested in, and we want to bring tenants through as part of that process as well. But there are some things that we need to look at now. So obviously the contract, as it stands currently, we feel has slipped away. We know it slipped away from indexation, essentially, that would have traditionally applied as part of a repairs and maintenance contract. So we are going to continue negotiating with MERS around what that uplift looks like for next year, to make sure that service delivery can be safeguarded. You'll see from the report that feedback from residents and satisfaction is still pretty good around repairs, and that's the way I'd like to keep it. And whilst it's not ideal to feel the pinch on empty properties, MERS' attention certainly needs to be on properties that have got tenants in them. There is an issue just around labour and capacity on void, certainly. That's something that I'm talking very regularly about to MERS' current operations director, but will shortly be their chief executive, just to say that we need to see some improvement there, certainly. And that's something we'll continue to deliver. We will be updating on voids regularly through the HRA governance group as well, just to make sure that issue has got the attention it needs to improve. Sorry, what I've got page 166. Yeah, so if it's so broadly, we're appraising the options essentially. So I probably won't mention what estates I think would be right for that in this forum, if that's okay, but I'm happy to have a conversation. We would obviously give a balance to what the makeup of the stock was in those particular areas, whether we thought that stock was still fit for purpose, how much we were looking to invest in it over the next 30 years, how much income we thought it was going to generate. And what the opportunity is for each one. So there's a real balance of a number of factors that would go into any estate regeneration opportunities. But I'm happy to have a a not public discussion, if that's okay, on those particular issues. JVs, we're exploring on a basis. We have been approached by someone who owns a significant site that's close to one of our existing estates. That may yield an opportunity for joint venture. We have had previous discussions with Mears around what a joint venture might look like. That unfortunately didn't come into any fruition. But it's something we're open to if the opportunity arises. Regular reviews. So we do review the business plan minimum annually. So it's always done for this report. In terms of regularity, I think we may need to look at making that twice a year, essentially, at a minimum, and maybe more frequently if we are taking any decisions around development or borrowing, potentially borrowing more money to undertake activity. If there is clarity around the government's, decarbonisation ambitions and funding, or lack thereof, then we may need to have another look at the business plan in more regular intervals.
Okay. Very quick, if you would.
That's quite a point. Is it worth, perhaps, I mean, I think rather than waiting to see, is it worth just planning for that now and putting in a review mechanism that could come back to this committee at sooner than annually? Is that something that we could perhaps look to do?
I mean, I'm happy to do it if there's something you think is useful. I mean, I suppose what it doesn't stop us from doing is obviously, so yourself, Councillor Buckwell, Councillor Doe, will meet quarterly at a minimum to talk about HRA activity. So at the last session that we did that you were unfortunately unwell for, we did have, Savills came and presented the business plan, and I've still got to update you kind of around what that presentation says. There's no reason why we couldn't do that more regularly through that group, and then still continue to bring it to this group annually, but I'm happy to be guided by members.
Okay, thank you. Just wondered if it could be a potential recommendation to bring it here twice a year rather than once a year, just until everything stabilises.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, my question was based mainly around the relationship with mayors, which you've mostly answered already, but just one additional point in there. Obviously, we're quite aware with the sort of crisis we're going into in terms of businesses and stuff like that at the moment. The mayor's contract has proved very successful, but a number of SMEs are going to be struggling in the next couple of years, particularly as the housing market dips and stuff like that. Is there flexibility to use more than one company in the sort of wider interests of Medway's economy and employment to avoid other companies going under like they did during the COVID crisis and stuff like that? We're into that sort of scenario again. Or is it that we really need to stick with just one company providing, whether it's mayors who come through or another one? Or is there sort of, can we spread the load of work, if you like? Is that something that we can be looking at? Certainly that the view coming from the SME Forum and other sort of companies in Medway, they are really struggling, and some of them may not survive the next couple of years. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Maple, please.
Could I just respond to that one, Councillor? Sorry.
Yeah.
So it's a good question, Councillor. Thank you. So the proposed new structure for contracts, in terms of our repairs contracts, does bring a bit more diversity to the sector. In terms of having a range of contract providers, and that's really around the various specialisms that are needed in light of some of the some safety obligations of stock. Is we want accredited contracted specialists doing certain amounts of work, and we don't want to see things subbed out through a main contractor, because that's our feedback from tenants as well, is they really like dealing with the main contractor and not subcontractors. So that's really important to us. So there will likely be more contracts that are awarded that cover our repairs and maintenance regimes. Now we have done a contractor engagement day around that. So we invited a range of providers, and we did get some very local businesses that came along to that, and that's because we've introduced some of that diversity. So I won't name them, but a local heating company, or relatively local heating company, probably wouldn't have tendered for a big repairs contract with absolutely everything in it, but because we've broken out some work around boilers and upgrades, that is then something that they can get interested in. So we will work with local firms where we possibly can. Again, our builders for some of the activity on phase 4. Again, not a Medway-based company, but a relatively local SME company who have delivered those schemes as well. So I think we'll encourage where we can. Obviously, sticking the right side of our procurement obligations.
Councillor Maple now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 questions and a statement. I'll do the questions first. We've spoken at the last couple of meetings, you and I have been at, Mark, around the issue of mould. You know, it's absolutely, for tragic reasons, in the public's gaze at the moment, continues to be. It was in The Guardian on Saturday. 2 questions, really. One, the work that's probably going to be required in some of our houses, and I don't think our stock, and I say this as a general comment, I don't think our stock is in a position compared to some others, but we should never be complacent. Do you think that the work specifically on mould will be able to be done within existing budgets, or will additional resource be needed on that? And alongside that, is around the kind of education piece. You know, one of the easiest ways to stop mould is opening a window. And that's easy to say, but actually if it's freezing outside and your gas and electric bills are huge, that will be a balance. So I wonder whether there's something, it may already have gone out, but something in a communication piece around some top tips to reduce the risk of mould happening in properties. Secondly is around the issue of prepayment meters. You know, we're putting up our bills by 7%. It is what it is. It's not inflation, but it's certainly not a freeze. Lots of our residents across Medway in all sorts of tenures have got this additional burden. So I wondered whether you've got, and you may not have the figures to hand, whether there's a broad brush percentage as to 0%, 100%, 50%, somewhere else of our HRA stock which have prepayment meters. And, you know, in particular, for example, the first lot of vouchers, there was a huge amount of vouchers that were not claimed nationally. So again, whether we're doing some work around that, if there is a high percentage, and if there isn't, again, it can be communicated in a different way. The void rate worries me because actually, you do lots of things when you've been around too long, and 15 years is probably far too long. When I first became a councillor, the void rate was really low, and then it went really high under the previous portfolio holder before Howard. It's then come right back down, and it's creeping up again. And I just wanted to get a sense of feeling as to whether sometimes these things are just cyclical, or actually whether there are specific pressures, whether that's COVID, backlogs, or whatever else it might be. Picking up on the points around other tenders, working with other organisations, I wonder whether there is a conversation, and it may have happened, and it may well be that there's not an appetite for this, but of course, around about 50% of Medway doesn't have council housing, it has MHS. But actually, I wonder whether there's ever been a conversation for some of those tenders to tender for a Medway-wide social housing, accepting there are another 19 providers who have got about a dozen houses each, some of those national organisations. But MHS and Medway Council must provide in the region, I would have thought, of 90% of the social housing in Medway. So whether there's ever been a conversation about those two organisations working together to tender for boiler repairs, for example, and that's a really good example because the MHS current incumbent, I've said publicly, is pretty useless. It's got better, but it's still pretty useless. And then just my statement, and planning colleagues will know where I'm going with this, it's really positive to hear this council, as a landlord, is very much open to discussions around joint ventures with developers. So if there are any developers out there who are looking on and saying, actually, we'd like to build, I don't know, 213 flats, for example, in the middle of Chatham, for example, and they say their business model is working with a registered provider. Well, actually, Medway Council is a registered provider, and it's great to hear that those conversations. Now, of course, not every scheme is going to work for loads of different reasons, but I'd urge developers who are listening on, it would give me a real buzz if those sort of conversations could happen appropriately moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray. Mark. Response.
Thank you, Councillor Maple and Councillor Buckwell. So the issue of damp and mould. So I think as things currently stand, Medway has a price per property. That means we give one value to MERS on an annual basis, and we expect them to undertake a number of repairs per year, up to a certain level. So if they go over a certain level, we then have a conversation about whether we know what those exemptions are and how much work that is. But the vast majority of work covered under the PPP. Damp and mould is one of those issues that is covered under the PPP. So once we've looked at the uplift and what those inherent issues are, perhaps with the lack of uplift around the contract, our analysis of the new contract going forwards is that there probably is enough money in the PPP to expect that those costs to be absorbed as part of that. We already do some really good things on damp and mould. So, and if Adam Spokes was here, who's my property manager essentially, he really loves something called an enviro-event. They achieve really good efficiency in terms of the amount that they cost residents, and they do a really good job of removing moisture out of the air. Now, whenever we are upgrading a kitchen or a bathroom, those environments go into those schemes. There will be a bit of work to do where damp and mould issues come up in the future. Looking at ventilation, and if you read the coroner's report into the case in Rochdale, ventilation, mechanical ventilation, and that and the fact that that operated poorly is something that we will need to continually go and look at and replace, and that does feed into that educational piece around talking to people without blame and without talking without saying that this is a lifestyle issue, about the correct way to manage a property, and that will involve using mechanical ventilation that's there, or opening windows. It's also a responsibility incumbent on the landlord to make sure that they, the property is as efficient as we can be, and we won't get from point A to point Z, quickly. That's years worth of journey. But we've got to continually look at identifying where our worst performing energy properties are and taking proactive steps to do that. And we've built in more budget into the capital works programme to make sure those energy efficiency improvements are happening. I don't know the answer to prepayment meters, unfortunately. I suspect it's high, but I'll see if I can get an exact number for you. We did do some promotion of it. We obviously do a range of promotion around the help that is available. If there are any national schemes that are available to help people offset some of those costs, we'll of course make sure that they are pushed out to residents. Voids, I don't think is a cyclical issue. I think there are a couple of issues that have impacted on voids. One of them is the pandemic. One of them is the lack of labour comparatively to previous years to undertake works. Some of it is wrapped up in just the price we're paying per void and the fact that we need to uplift the contract. There is also that issue of subcontracting. So at the moment, a lot of that work is subcontracted out by MERS. I want to see that directly delivered by them. And we need to work with them to enable that to happen. It is an area that will improve, and we will ensure that it does improve. But there are some things to address there. That's reality. The other challenge there is also linked back to the PPP, and this is something we need to get right in terms of the way that we balance the new contract. We've had MERS in place for who've largely done an excellent job for over 8 years now. And there is a question for me about the PPP, and does that incentivise your contractor to go out there and find work essentially, or does it incentivise them to do as little work as possible? And that's something we've really got to strike the balance on. So operationally, what we've done is introduced a range of new things around how the council interacts with its tenants. So we are going out on estates and door knocking, and when we're door knocking, we're talking to people about whether they've got damp and mould issues. We are ringing our residents to make sure, to make sure they're okay, and talking to them about whether there's any outstanding repair issues or damp and mould issues in their existing properties. And where we are finding things, we are flagging them through to MERS to make sure they are done as a repair and monitoring how that goes. So there are a range of approaches there that I think to make sure that we get the right structure going forwards. And that will involve the council probably doing more things that it hasn't historically done to make sure repairs are being raised in a timely way. Conversations definitely do happen with NHS. So I had a conversation with Ashley and the chair of their boards a couple of months ago now around that exact issue. We have previously approached them in relation to voids. Now they have a DLO, for some areas of work they have direct labour that works for the organisation that undertakes their works. They weren't able to extend a hand to us in terms of having the capacity to help us out on voids. But we did commit to having a conversation about where there are opportunities for where we are procuring things to take that forward. And yeah, I think that's it from me.
Really helpful answers. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murray, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the report, Mark. And in part, you've answered some of my questions with Councillor Maple there, but I just want to take the issue of voids a step further. First of all, and accepting, the issues that you've talked about of labour and materials shortages are pretty widespread. At any one time, could you give us a picture of how many voids there are? And if you can't do it tonight, it might be nice to have that again, and whether there are more voids in a particular type of property, such as the older bed-sitted type of accommodation, because I think that would be helpful in terms of planning for the future and thinking about, whether we can get people to downsize to something that they can feel comfortable about and positive about, as opposed to deciding that they don't want to downsize because there isn't anything, sufficiently modern or attractive enough for them to go to. And I know MHS have got the same kinds of challenges. And have mayors got KPIs on the amount of time that they should get a void up to standard? And if they have, what's the flex on that if they come forward with the kind of reasons that are described in the report? On the sort of joining up the council, do you have any data, or does anybody give you any data about the number of our tenants that have applied to the Household Support Fund, to give us a picture of who might be sort of imperilled in terms of their rent if they're applying to the Household Support Fund, which can't, of course, be used for bills? And if that work, sort of joined up work, isn't going on, my own view of it would be that it ought to be. And then finally, I'm pleased to hear that tenants have phoned and those conversations about damp and mould and the management of it actually exist. But is there any sort of an inspection might be too strong a word, but is there a regime of visiting people in a regular cycle to look at the condition of their property? Because if the problem with some of these voids is that they're in such a terrible state that it takes ages to bring them back up to livable standard, then trying to mitigate that at an earlier stage by a regular programme of working with tenants to look at the condition of their property and think about how they can play their part in keeping it in good condition, I think would probably be something, and I don't mean a punitive regime, I mean a positive, let's work together on making sure that everyone's got decent home living standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. So, I'll give a broad position on the number of properties, and this is not. This is properties that are somewhere in the void process, and that can be, and we count them from the point that. So they go onto our void list essentially at the point we're given a notice, and that might be 4 weeks before the property actually becomes empty. On that list currently, there are between 65 and 70 properties. And they range in their, in the amount of work that needs to be done. What I would say is there's far less houses that come through that void process on a regular basis. The majority of turnover that we see is around flats and is around bedsits in sheltered accommodation. That's where a lot of those properties turn over relatively regularly. That in part is because we have a very generous allocations policy, in the sense of if you're a tenant in social housing, then if you want to move to something else, then you can move to something else. And that's something that we may, being frank, we may need to look at going forwards and see how feasible that is, given that there are such pressures on things like temporary accommodation, and and if we're losing those properties for a prolonged period of time, there is just a balance for us to make there as to how flexible we want to be. One of the shortcomings of the existing contract is that there are very few teeth for the local authority in terms of penalising mayors around performance. So we have KPIs that we work on them with. We know how many properties should be dealt with in, should be a short-term void or a medium-term void or a long-term void. But in terms of actually having the ability to penalise them for that, that's something that we don't have currently. That is something that we will introduce in terms of any contract going forwards. We have had a very honest conversation about taking the work away because of poor performance and re-awarding it somewhere else. The most recent correspondence received from mayors is that they are very, very confident that more voids will be back in the position it used to be in by the end of March. Now, that remains to be seen, and we obviously need to monitor that. But I'll give them a fair chance to try and achieve it. Numbers, so we do definitely have data on the number of council tenants that have applied for the household support grant. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, I'm afraid, but I can certainly check those. And in terms of inspection regime, again, I mean, you made the point that we don't want it to be a punitive process. I think for me, there's a big thing about, well, actually, LGSRs need to be done gas safety records need to be done every year. So actually, there's someone going, for the vast majority of our properties, there is someone going in there every year anyway. So it's about them considering the broader position of that particular property and not just thinking LGSR, what are the other issues? And we have worked with mayors to expand the questions, and they have a device that they obviously return their work on that will ask questions about whether there is then damp and mould in the property, are there any other issues around safeguarding, for an example, and we'll need to continue to do that across all fronts. It's really encouraging either mayors or could be NORS in some cases, or housing officers to really think about the broader picture in respect to tenants and not just the element of the work that they're out there to do. But it's a good point, yeah, and we need to make sure how we really maximise the benefit of visits that are already taking place, and really embed those new things that we've introduced. So we, outside of the things that I've already mentioned, we have an asset inspector that will be going around regularly to estates and to properties, to keep our asset management database up to date. That will necessitate going into people's properties and taking a view on condition, and we need to make sure that person links back to the tenancy team or the people that can provide the support. But yeah, something I feel really strongly about.
Just check something with you. It is still possible, isn't it, to make arrangements for rent to be paid directly to the landlord if the UC claimant asks that or agrees. And I think, encouraging as many people as possible to do that seems to me to be a good and sensible thing to do. I understand the principle of, universal credit, where the idea is that people take responsibility for paying their bills and learn how to budget and all the rest of it. But at this particular time, when budgeting is so difficult, and there's plenty of politicians mouthing off about, who thinks that people ought to be able to budget better, it's actually a difficult thing to do with particularly the rising cost of food. And I think taking that burden away from people and reminding them that it can be taken away from them, I think is a responsible thing to do.
Yeah, so that, I mean, just very briefly, I agree. We do provide the opportunity for people to fill in an alternative payment arrangement, both when they start a tenancy or as and when any issues occur. It's something we regularly promote through social media. So yeah, I agree. Where people are happy for us to put those arrangements in place, we'll endeavour to do so.
The percentage of people who have got those arrangements in place amongst our tenants?
Not off the top of my head, but we do know as a department, so I can check that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, colleagues, we have recommendations, pages 172, 173, lettered A to L. Councillor Khan was suggesting members might wish to add to that. Do you want to come forward with some wording on that?
I think, Chair, just to bring forward the HRA business plan to the to this committee on a biannual basis, so that it comes here in 6 months and then on
so
an
twice a year.
Twice a year. Sorry.
Yep. Okay. If there's general support for that, I would suggest, Vice Chair, that that's added as M in the list of recommendations that conclude on page 173. But over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation as set out in the report on page 172A to L and additionally M as...
Okay, we have that recorded. Indeed. Councillor Clark, does see members in favour, please? That takes us on to further budget issues. Katie's with us for item 8. The page numbers are a little skew with, sorry about that. It's actually from page 199, not 201, but it's the draft capital revenue for the financial year which follows.
Thank you, Chair. So the basis of this report is largely the same report we presented to this committee on the 24th of November, so setting out the assumptions in the draft budget, so I'm not proposing to talk to that in any length at all. Obviously, that budget was published just a few days before the government announced the autumn statement, so those projections were entirely, immediately out of date. But when I presented the draft budget to this committee and to the other ONS committees, I outlined the key announcements from the autumn statement and tried to provide a bit of a guide as to where I thought they might impact Medway's budget. Appendix 5 presents the feedback from the other ONS committees, so obviously Business Support recommended it on to the other ONS committees. Their comments from the discussions are at Appendix 5. And then the provisional local government finance settlement was actually announced by the government on the 19th of December, and that report that we sent to Cabinet in January is provided at Appendix 6. So that attempts to articulate what impact that provisional settlement would have had on Medway's budget. We're still waiting on the final settlement. That will be published sometime early 2023, hopefully before we have to finalise our budget on the 23rd of February. And the impact of that settlement and a significant amount of work since then has been underway to close that gap. Obviously, we present the proposed budget to Cabinet on the 7th of February, alongside whatever feedback this committee sends on behalf of all the ONS committees. That agenda pack is published on Monday. I will say that the settlement was much more favourable than we anticipated. We're seeing some growth in some of our resource bases, and the organisation has been working really hard to close that gap. So we will still be presenting a budget with the gap, is my current understanding, but that will be significantly smaller than I think most people will be thinking it might be when you look at this report. So we've done some really substantial work to close that gap. Happy to attempt to take any questions on any of the conversations at ONS committees or the settlement report, which wasn't previously presented to this committee. Thanks.
Any questions? Okay, I have 3 members indicating in order. Councillor Murray, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Katie. And I think we had quite a good discussion at the last meeting of this committee about the way the budget had been put together, which I found helpful. What I don't find so helpful is what seems to be the kind of uncertainty over what exactly is coming into social care, which still seems to exist. I mean, you've made some assumptions, and your assumptions are quite positive, but I think it's difficult for the directorate, and then there's a knock-on effect to the way that we negotiate with other providers about what exactly we can afford. So I wonder if there's been any news on actually firming that up, because I don't think it's reasonable to expect the directorate to confirm what they can do until they've got that confirmation about the space that they've got to move things around.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely, and I think you've kind of really clearly articulated why putting together a budget for a local authority in light of one-year settlements is really difficult. I think in the settlement report, the government, in the kind of autumn statement and then in the provisional settlement, the government weren't necessarily that clear about which element of the adult social care reforms was being deferred. And it was kind of there by implication. Its absence, the absence of the charging reform element, is what led us to presume that was the element that was being deferred. When the actual settlement was published, there's a figure in that settlement which relates to the market sustainability and fair cost of care exercise, and it's an explicit figure, and that's about 2.6 million off the top of my head, 2.4 million, somewhere in that zone, which is the smaller element. The other element of that original 5.8 million was 3.3 million for the charging reforms element. So we think, by implication, there is no figure in the provisional settlement for the charging reform, so it's right to assume that that work is being deferred. So the extent to which the settlement and the flexibility to increase the council tax by the additional 2% adult social care precept, that's what we are certain about in terms of resources going, or the ability to raise resources going into adult social care. There's still some... I mean, you used the term negotiation, you're absolutely right. There's still some elements of funding which we are making some assumptions about, primarily some funding for adult social care, which is going through to be shared with health, so will be the subject of some discussions with the Better Care Fund, so with our peers at JCMG, which I'm now going to forget the explanation of, the joint commissioning group for Medway, NHS and Care, effectively. And so we're making some assessments about what we think is reasonable for Medway to take as a share from that fund based on how that fund has worked to date, i.e. largely 50-50 split. So that's what we're currently working on the basis of. But ultimately, until those discussions happen and until the final settlement is published, there always will be an element of uncertainty. And the one thing I'll say about the provisional settlement is that buried in there it says that the way that they've allocated the services grant, which was the grant that was introduced as a one-off in 22-23, they've actually sort of ring-fenced or top-sliced an element of that for a kind of, because they don't know what they might need to do with it. And if they don't need to spend that anywhere else, the likelihood is that that would come back through service grant. So our actual total could go up as well. So it's a really, really difficult place to be setting a budget in. But what we think we're landing on that we'll present to Cabinet is the very best, most sure information we've got, but there is an element of risk to some of that funding, and I think there is in the current year as well. I think that's just, unfortunately, the nature of how government is giving funding for those social care pressures, and some of that is arriving in year. So we're setting a budget not really clear on what we might receive, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, for what it's worth, it sort of confirms my analysis of it, because actually it's very difficult to get hard information about anything. I suppose my fear is that what is being talked about, some of it might still be just given to the NHS, and we'll be back in that buying beds scenario that we were in during the pandemic. And obviously, if that happens, and I think there have been some slightly worrying discussions via the ICP about that, we'll be in that situation again that we were in the pandemic, where a premium is being paid to take people out of hospital, that providers then say, well, that's how much it costs. And it places council in a very difficult position, which is why I think that, you know, there's got to be room for some innovation to try and manage the market, actually.
Councillor Murray, I could barely have articulated that risk more clearly myself. I absolutely agree that there's a real risk that one-off funding, which is arriving in 22-23, could actually destabilise the market further. But what I do know is that we've got real strength in the senior leadership team of our Adult Social Care and Children and Adults Directorate, and that they're working really closely and have really strong positive working relationships with their peers on those other bodies. And that I'm confident that whilst there might be a pressure in the short term on the NHS, they also recognise that that is a system and that it needs to be sustainable moving forward, or all that will really happen is Medway's ability to fund social care will be used up by fewer higher costing placements, and that we won't actually be able to provide the services for everyone in Medway who really needs them. So I think they're acutely aware of that, and they're keen to work with us on making sure that that funding doesn't actually destabilise the market further. But yeah.
For the record, I think, you know, Leanne particularly is very robust on this on behalf of her staff. But notwithstanding all the talk about working together, the NHS are not used to working like that. And if they want to make an expedient decision because they've got pressures and challenges coming from another direction, my fear is that they'll make it. But yeah, look, we've got to take our seat at the table and fight our corner, and I do feel confident about that being done, but it's not really fair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katie, as always. £15.9 million of the current budget gap is in children's services. So a long way to go for that. I just want to focus, as I have done before, on 20% of that 15 million, which is the 2.9 million, which has come out of the High block. I'm surprised that there's no narrative surrounding that. So it is in there on page 219, reflect the cost of SEND and educational psychologist teams in the general fund. But that's the money that's come out of the High block, which is now charged to the general fund, and which is now a pressure on the wider costs. So that's still to be clarified elsewhere, you know, not by you and not necessarily here now. But that still needs to be clarified, along with the impact that it's had on the safety valve programme, where we were at one stage going to get 28 million, we're now going to get 17 million. So that's still rumbling along, I think, and we're looking forward, as the children's and young persons ONS comments show, we will receive the report that's internally being done on that. There is another addition to that, though, which is that the Schools Forum, the report that went to Schools Forum said that the 0.5% of the direct schools grant, which was being paid by schools into the high needs block to reduce the deficit, will now be taken on by the council, again, the general fund. So direct schools grant, you know, ballpark is 200 million. So that's another £1 million pressure. I'm not sure where that £1 million sits in these figures. So we do have estimated increase in ring-fenced education grants. So, you know, if I was guessing, that might be where I would imagine it would go, but I don't need to guess. I'm hoping you might be able to tell me where that extra goes. So that will effectively be, at some point, 4 million of that 16, so it's 25% of the 16 million. So that's one issue. On a positive note, I commend the administration for you know, at the point where children's services are facing the last monitoring visit, and at some point in spring or summer, the final ILACs, that the administration seems to be resourcing children's services as much as they can be, and that includes, for instance, one-off costs, I think, for support for the adolescent team. So I commend the council for doing that. They shouldn't be in the position that they're in, but given that they are seeing it through. We have concerns about the long-term funding of that, but that's not for now. Finally, and I think this might be an area for a comment from you, Katie. Again, on page 219, there are numbers of there are figures in the red, so they're going to come off. They reduce the pressures. Efficiencies, tracking, planning, external contributions to placement costs, £2.5 million. Increasing capacity in residential provision, including learning disability, autism, and autism, £1.5 million. Just focusing on those two, I want. So my understanding is that, you know, those are the sums which the directorate comes up with, but there needs to be some sort of audit about how reasonable they are. So I think my question to you is, how satisfied are you or your team in building this budget that those efficiencies and those savings are reasonable? There's a specific question I have, which is that I understand what may be happening with the old vicarage stroke Eden House stroke the old vicarage as it was, but also with Alt Eden. But Alt Eden at the moment is an empty property, but it's included in here as part of the savings for next year's budget. That total, I mean, not just Alt Eden, £1.5 million. That seems to me to be a big ask in a short amount of time, even for Eden House, which at the moment is also, you know, an empty property. So the efficiencies, tracking, planning, all of that is a bit, you know, that's quite vague. So I'm wondering what assurance we have that you're confident that they can be found. But also, I know specifically that, you know, those residential, increased capacity in residential provision, if it's Edenhausen or even, they are at a very early stage in order to save 1.5 million in 23-24. So I just wonder what the assurances are around those sums. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So your questions around the high needs block and the safety valve stuff. So what I can say is that there'll be much more on that in the proposed budget report because we've had some clarity around some of that. So since we last had a conversation about this, the Minister's confirmed in principle to the safety valve funding, so now we're just in the state of finalising the agreement. We've got to provide a final version of our recovery plan by the end of January. And so that, as you rightly pointed out, provides 17 million of revenue funding. Also had agreed 8 million for send capital through that scheme, so it is a significant boost of support from the government. And that's all backed by a deficit recovery plan which sees our high needs block reserve, the DSG, return to a break-even position in 25-26, so it's quite a short-term recovery. And also we've had agreement that the disagreement that we had with the ESFA about the legitimacy of charging some of those services to that grant, they've concluded that basically they take our point, the guidance isn't as clear as they thought, and that they're not taking any further action on prior years. So the agreement that we've made to reflect those services in the general fund moving forward has satisfied that issue. So there's no further risk other than what was in the current year monitoring and what's reflected in the draft budget for next year. I think that's probably all I need to say on the safety valve stuff. Was there another element to the question I'm missing?
Yeah, I'll come to the other one. Just on the safety valve.
Yeah.
No other authorities been in Medway's situation as far as I can find out. You know, we are the only out of 151 local education authorities that seem to have done it this way. And if the guy, you know, I'm not expecting you to comment on this. My view is, if the guidance is that complicated, we wouldn't be the only ones. And, you know, there has been an important real-world impact on our finances. So just let that go. The other issue, I guess, is your assurance on those savings. You know, how confident you are. So, you know, if I had the director office, the senior management here, they will probably say yes. This is what we think we can achieve. That's fair enough. You know, I'm not doubting their bona fides, but there needs to be some sort of audit on that, some sort of check. I'm just wondering what that check is and whether you know your confidence on it.
I'm so sorry. I was checking that I understood that I'd answered all your elements of the safety valve. I've got two more questions from you actually, so if I could just move through those. No, that's fine. I was just checking. So obviously, just in summary, the safety valve intervention is a hugely positive thing for Medway. That's the other thing I wanted to say, that the statutory override on the allowing us to have that reserve in a deficit position has been extended for another 3 years. Okay. So that covers us for that deficit recovery period as well. So really positive. And I think I said this at CYP, but that scheme exists to a large degree because the government is recognising that function has been underfunded, I think, and that Medway aren't alone in finding themselves in a position with a deficit. Your next question was actually around the 0.5% of direct schools grant. Yeah, and so it won't contribute to Medway's gap to the extent that it's reflected in our draft budget and our final budget. Largely our assumption was that might be a risk, I think. So it's not 100% in that hypothecated expenditure for education. There is a schools retained grants function section as well, and it's partly in between both. We can share the detail with you if you'd like outside of the committee. That's fine. So it's not deliberately not transparent. It's just the dedicated schools grant and the accountancy for that, as you might imagine, is one of the most complex areas on our statements. And then your final question was how satisfied am I in building that budget? The sort of adequacy of those savings targets or the deliverability of them. And I think a few things I'll say. So a budget is a set of estimates about delivering a plan. So all we know is from the minute that we set that budget, it will likely, reality diverges from it quite quickly, doesn't it? Because, you know, we base a budget based on a projection of how many placements we'll need to provide and what the market will charge us for those placements and what energy bills we'll be doing, etc. So obviously the precariousness of building any budget at the moment is very real. I think that in terms of how sure I am about the calculations of the assumptions that underpin those changes that we've put into the budget, so the projections for additional expenditure. So I'm confident that services have worked really well with finance over this budget build process to make sure that we've got, for all of those projections, I can show you what they're based on, and so they're based on X number of units multiplied by Y cost or whatever. And that logic stacks up and has been tested by senior members and senior officers and by my accountancy team, making sure that those reports stack up. So that side of the equation I'm comfortable with. The services have made the underlying assumption projections, i.e. if we deliver if we support the market in Medway to provide more residential capacity, we think we could take X number of extremely expensive placements and provide a better solution for that placement in a facility that we directly manage and yield a saving off of that. And so the assumptions behind those feel reasonable. They're based on logic and feasibility, and they make assumptions about the part year effect of the deliverability of some of that stuff. You talk about alt, even if we're doing something to that facility, that's not going to happen on the 1st of April. So that some of that is part year effects. And so I guess I could say that I'm comfortable with the underlying assumptions, but that's not the same as saying in March or April there aren't a new cohort of people who need statutory services that we didn't know about that might result in us not being able to deliver all of those targets, or actually what might happen is that we'll deliver those savings, but that will be overtaken by additional cost coming into the system. So I'm less confident about where the budget will land. What I will say is that these savings are more, not necessarily more robust. What I think I'll say is that they are more proportionate to the scale of the risk and demand that we've got going on than I have seen in some previous years. So I'm more confident about them than I have been. And I think, the biggest risk to all of those projections is what actually might happen in the market. So yeah, sorry, just to sum up, I think that the underlying assumptions that they're based on, I'm reasonably confident are sound, and those have been tested by senior members, senior officers, my accountancy team. But the sort of nightmare factor is that those assumptions are off base, and we'll be reporting through the monitoring a different situation. And I think that's largely what happened this year. I just, with a fair wind, we've been very prudent in setting this budget. I think that's the scale of the budget gap when we presented the draft budget is beyond what we've published previously. And the kind of individual size of those, I have the responsibility to see 5 or 7 million coming out in one line. The biggest figure in there is about 2.5 million, which is big, but in the context of a £380 million budget is not in the scale of things that I think we've previously seen. So obviously I can never sit and guarantee that, we're going to land on anywhere near those numbers, but I'm confident that there's nothing spurious in there at this point.
Right, thank you very much, Katie. Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Maple, please.
Thank you very much indeed, and Katie, as always, thank you for your detailed answers. I've got, it's regrettable that, of course, in just over 100 hours, we'll have a much more up-to-date document, but we'll work with what we've got, and I think most of my questions would be relevant. 4 years ago at the budget meeting, the leader of the council announced he personally and the deputy leader were taking the Cornwallis School project off of Medway Commercial Group, and the council were going to run that project. That's important because we, certainly myself and others on this side of the room, have often talked about spend to save. And if we think about the figures that Clive was mentioning a moment ago, those are huge figures. And we know there are examples where at the moment, our young people for educational places may have to be spending £250,000 of taxpayers' money, when actually if some of that provision was here in Medway, it would still have a cost, but it would be a reduced cost and better for the children and better for the family as a whole. I wanted to, you won't have this information, but it would be helpful to get an update on where that project is, because in the sense of the social care stuff is much more tricky and sticky, but actually the education stuff, if Cornwallis had got to the place it should be by now, we'd probably have kids going there in September, I think. And we haven't. We haven't got planning permission, I don't think, or if we have, it's probably close to running out. So an update on that would be helpful, because in the real terms of saving money, that would be something which would help. From a business support perspective, there's kind of 4 points I'd want to raise. I raised concerns at last year's budget meeting around the assumptions on the legal services savings. I think from the last report we had here, those were not being met for this financial year. And I note with interest there's a £1.3 million additional pressure on the legal services line. So it would be helpful, again, you may not have this information to hand, happy to have a short briefing note, ideally before the budget meeting in September, to understand, unpick that £1.3 million pressure. Is that just a recognition that last year was too ambitious? Is that because we're doing things differently? Is it something else? And that is, for our directorate, that is quite a chunky sum of money. Colleagues in this room will recall that there's been lots of conversations around how are we going to, through the revenue budget, pay for the debt that we're primarily taking out through prudential borrowing for the capital programme. For example, a swimming pool in Rainham. Now, I accept this is not the final budget, far from it, and actually the capital bit of that is very limited, and that's fine, because actually I think this spend is a revenue cost. It's not a capital cost. We're not building something with managing the debt. But if that should be in the capital lines of the budget, we need to be clear. The public will be looking for that explicitly because of the conversation. There are lots of strongly held views around the £1.6 million per year to service the debt. We don't need to have in this year's budget the estimated £500,000 a year to run the centre. We will do this time next year if everything is on track. So it would be helpful, and I accept entirely this will not be in Monday's release. But when we get to the council budget papers, I would want to see something explicit on how are we servicing our debt, and if a line or a paragraph can be in there explicitly about the £1.6 million per year to service that specific debt. I think that will save a lot of emails and traffic from all sorts of people. Like I say, a lot of people are looking on at this year's budget meeting, but there's a more general issue around debt management. Nobody is opposed to prudential borrowing. To do stuff, you need to do that. That's not a principal problem. There is a problem if the servicing of that at a time when we've got, at time of publication, £28 million gap. I accept that we're going to see a smaller gap, not least because of the provisional settlement. So that would be helpful. I'm conscious these recommendations are going to Cabinet. One of the things I would want the Cabinet to comment on is, of course, one of the things that we all would want to be going into the capital budget would be money being spent in Gillingham or money being spent on Innovation Park Medway. Officers worked very, very hard on those two applications. My understanding is conversations about Gillingham's application were happening up to 48 hours before the decision was announced. However, since then, a Secretary of State and a Minister are both on the record saying, well, no authority that was successful in levelling up 1 would have been successful in levelling up 2. And if that is accurate, that is probably hundreds of hours of wasted officer time, in some cases very senior officers, having those conversations. Lobbying is appropriate. We've seen it at Prime Minister's questions from some MPs, not from Medway MPs, it has to be said. So I would want the Cabinet to comment on the levelling up process, and specifically if our council officers have wasted their time on a process where we would have never been successful. That's pretty shameful waste of our hard-working officers' time when there's loads of other stuff for them to be doing. So I would hope as a committee we would want the Cabinet to certainly have a view on that. And I know what my view on it is. I think I've shared that pretty clearly. Finally, we have responsibility for risk generally. This report has a risk management rating. I accept risk management is a bit subjective. This report says there is a high likelihood, the second highest risk rating, that there will be a failure to deliver a balanced budget. Other risk ratings for this report are lower, including social care reforms, which have been mentioned, assumptions around the cost of service delivery, etc., etc. Now, I don't expect a full answer on this, but I'd want the Cabinet to, in their deliberations a week Tuesday, to come to some understanding as to why. That, to me, if we're taking risk seriously, that's a pretty high risk rating for something which we are legally obliged to do a month away, less than a month away from when we're going to have to do it. So, and again, you may not wish to comment particularly on that, Katie. That may have been decisions made by others or information judgments come to others. But that is a high risk. Either that is the wrong assumption, or we should be collectively, as an overview and scrutiny committee, worried about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Maple. I think your first question was about Cornwallis School. So that funding sits in the Council's capital programme. Among the other reports I'm sending to Cabinet on the 7th is the round 3, the latest round of capital budget monitoring. So there's information in that scheme in there. I'm aware that it currently still only projects, I think, opening 24-25, I think. And there is some other schemes funded from part of that original borrowing approval to provide additional classrooms, additional SEND spaces in Medway. So the latest information we've got is in that report going to Cabinet. So if when that's published you still want more information, please do get in touch and we'll work with the service to provide whatever members would like to see. Then I think you made a point about the assumption around legal services savings in the current... Is that, so the 1.3 you're talking about is in the current year, isn't it? It's...
No, so I can't remember the savings figures because I haven't got them to hand for this year, but I said at the full council meeting last February, I think they're incredibly ambitious. What we've got here is putting £1.3 million onto that budget for next year. So someone cynical would go, oh, well, you did that last year because you had to find a saving quickly, and this year you're just putting the money back on that you actually just took off last year. Now, it may be more complex than that, I accept. That's one line on a budget. But for this committee, because legal falls under our purview, I think, again, you may not have all of that information. If Bhupinder or someone wants to give us a briefing note, again, ahead of the February meeting, because, again, I suspect even in the final budget, that will probably just be a line, and that's fine. But I think for this committee, we need to understand two things, really. Was there over ambitious savings targets placed last year? Question mark. And number two, the draft budget, is that just replacing that figure? Now, it could be that the figure last year was 2 million. I can't recall it. I don't have it in front of me. But some understanding around that would be helpful. So I'm asking the question explicitly. This year's budget forthcoming, the one we're going to decide in a month's time, is putting 1.3 million quid back onto that budget line.
I'm really sorry, it's quite late and I've got a bit number blind, but the only figure I think we're putting into business support in 23-24 relates to pay. Our assumption, which in the draft budget is just shy of 5% on pay, which is 933,000. There's nothing in the draft budget papers to my knowledge, unless I've missed something that's in a different directorate, about funding that stuff on legal. With that said, I think your point about the current year issue, which has manifested in a pressure throughout the year, would be correct. I think what's happened is effectively the legacy of legal work that's required to support children's services is requiring high levels of staffing. We're struggling to recruit to permanent posts, so we've got expensive interims in. But yeah, sorry, if you can point me to a number.
Yeah, so if you turn to page 225, the business support draft budget. So it's got this year's budget assumption, the current financial year's budget assumption was £3 million. Colleagues will recall, actually, that was with quite a substantial saving. Again, apologies, I don't have that figure. for this coming year, we're saying actually that £3 million needs to go up to nearly £4.5 million. So therefore, that's an additional £1.3 million, which I suspect is around the figure that we saved in this financial year. The budget we've set February gone took quite a substantial chunk out. So again, I don't expect you to have the absolute detail. Again, I think Bhupinder needs to answer that, frankly, because that, again, that is a big leap when we had a big cut the previous year before, and it might just be shuffling figures.
I'm really sorry, that's not quite what that appendix is trying to show. So what that shows for legal services, so we're looking at the page you just said, which I now can't see on my screen, but the sideways appendix for the business support, yes, that's the one I'm looking at. So it's 225, which is landscape, right? So if you look at the line for total legal land charges and licensing, what that's saying is the current year budget is 3,057,000. The next column means we've made no changes to that budget. So the draft budget assumption for 23-24, sorry, is 3,057,000. What the next two columns try and do is show gross expenditure and then gross income. So the sum of those next two lines represents the net budget for legal services for next year. So it's actually exactly the same. So we haven't added any funding into legal services, but we're not proposing to make any further savings either. So the last column represents the net budget for each of those services. So the total net budget there for business support would be 22.568 million. So legal remains at 3,057,000. Sorry.
But the cost of legal is 4.4 million. So there's 1.3 million, nearly 1.4 million pounds. Is that coming from other services? I say the reason this is particularly pertinent is because of the extremely ambitious budget assumptions that were made. So again, happy to have a conversation offline because I'm conscious of time and all the rest of it. And again, Bhupinder might have some detail around actually. Because my understanding is that the current year's assumptions are not being met. In fact, we know that from the last report we had here. So happy to take that offline. If that 1.3 million is coming from other services, has that model worked? Because that was the kind of sell to us last year. I'm not sure it has. I'm told that still locums are being brought in part because they can't recruit people, but in part because there's a pressure on the service. So happy to have a separate conversation. But my concern is the cost of that service has gone up, so the budget that we set was 3 million quid. The cost of that service is nearly £4.5 million. Where's that extra £1.5 million coming from?
So that £1.5 million is consistent with the current year budget, and income isn't causing us a problem. So that's largely court costs, fees associated with that. I'll have to check what the other income lines are, but there is no change to the legal services budget between 22-23 and 23-24. Taking your earlier point, there is a pressure in 22-23, which we're not reflecting in the 23-24 budget. That's an assumption around what we might be able to do about the use of locums and how Medway review might help us to shore up permanent staffing. But there's no change between the 22-23 and 23-24 budgets in terms of how they're composed. So the net budget's the same, the gross and gross expenditure and gross income are the same. So just to be clear. If I might move, do you want me to move on to the next questions Councillor Maple asked? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So your next question was about the cost of borrowing, and that is shown in our interest and financing line. So that's in the bottom block of the business supports, the same page. And what that actually shows you is that we, in the current year, are budgeting just over 12 million, 12.3 million for the cost of interest and financing. What we're reflecting there is our capital programme has grown in year for one of the reasons that you articulated. That's not the only addition that we made in the current financial year. And it also reflects that interest rates are sky high. At the time that we made this projection, they were projected to continue to rise and then not begin to fall, I think, until about 24-25. And so what that manifested in that second column is what we were anticipating is a pressure of almost 8 million, 7.8 million, reflecting more borrowing and at a higher rate. And so that would take the interest and financing budget up to 20.137 million. So we were reflecting the cost of all that additional borrowing. And that is exactly what you said about when the Splashes report went, we articulated how much that borrowing would cost. So we've added that to all the other elements of the capital programme that are funded by borrowing. So our capital programme is about 470 million, of which about 220 million is funded by borrowing, so it's a big old whack. What I can say is that those projections were made around about October, and interest rates are already starting to, or bank rate is projected to begin to fall, we are comfortable that our latest projections mean that we can bring that down. So that pressure, there is still a pressure that will manifest in the budget next year, but it's far smaller than we initially articulated. The other side to that is we've, in previous years, we base a budget on some sort of initial assessments, our assessments about the sort of pace of spend across the capital programme. This year we've done a bit more talking to services about when are you actually going to need to borrow that, when will those big contracts be let, and so that's enabled us to profile that spend better, and obviously that means we don't need to borrow quite so much so early as we previously thought. So hopefully that is a bit clearer. I think I'll chat with Phil about how we can articulate that clearly in the cabinet paper and make sure that we're not, because we're certainly not trying to hide anything, so I want to make sure that that section is clear, that that's about covering the cost of borrowing for our capital programme. And then you talked about wanting to see money spent on IPM and Gillingham, so there obviously are unsuccessful Levelling Up Fund bids, which are really deeply disappointing. What I will say is that when Michael Gove had a brief stint, didn't he, as Chancellor, one of the things that he wanted to do was what he'd listened to local authorities talking about was that the competitive bidding process is costly, ineffective, and doesn't result in funding necessarily being allocated to the places that, looking at the data, you might allocate that funding to. And he wanted to cut some of that out and streamline funding. And then secondary to that, one of the things I've been yammering on about whenever I present the draft budget is, you've probably heard me talk about the fair funding review. So in 2016, government decided that the way that they allocate government resources between local authorities, which is meant to reflect relative needs and resources of different local authorities, that is an outdated system based on some quite outdated data, which is therefore not directing that funding to where you might put it if you looked at that fresh data. Unfortunately, the long-awaited reforms have been kicked down the can again, so they'll be delayed to 25-26, or replaced altogether, is what the settlement said. So obviously we continue to lobby government for longer-term settlements with less competitive processes with other local authorities, because it doesn't really do anyone any good, I don't think. And then the last thing I'll say is just in answer to your question about risk management and the rating which I applied to the likely failure to deliver a balanced budget. And I think wherever I put that, anyone could argue that it was incorrect. But I think at the time, with a circa £29 million gap, and in the absence of any government guidance, because the statement hadn't even been made, I think that was right. I don't think it is right. And the assessment for that risk in the cabinet paper will almost certainly be lower.
Okay, I just want to check that Terry is comfortable that she has, again in the notes, encapsulated members' comments?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So in that respect, we have the recommendations. We need to change tenses, I think, with those, so I'll go to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation as set out on page 213. 1 and 2.
Okay, so that will refer to has noted in 1 and has commented in 2. Is that seconded, Councillor Carr? Members in favour of that, please? That is everyone. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Katie, for all of your responses. That takes us on to Sam's item 9, again, slight misnumbering, from page 245 of our papers, Council Plan Refresh for the next municipal year. Sam, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report presents an annual one-year refresh of the Council Plan for 23-24. The measures, together with a brief rationale for change, are shown in Appendix 1, which is pages 49 to 249 to 261 within your pack. There are 3 measures whereby we're waiting further information to determine an appropriate target, and it is proposed that full council will be asked to delegate authority to the Chief Executive in consultation with the portfolio holder for resources to agree the final measures, given the publication and timing. Since this report was published, it has been established that the Department of Education has discontinued one of the measures. The measure is the percentage achievement gap at early years foundation stage profile between the lowest attaining 20% of children and the mean. This can be found on page 253 of your pack. The measure has not been available since 2018-19 due to the pandemic, and at this time the measure was being achieved. As the data is not available and no longer a requirement, it is proposed that this measure is also removed. Whilst we're requesting this measure to be removed, we will continue to compare the percentage of children achieving a good level of development by a number of different characteristics in the annual schools report. Of course, I'm happy to take comments and suggestions. However, just to note, some questions may need to be taken away as officers who may be best placed to respond beyond the rationale in the document are not present tonight, but officers will answer where they can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Any issues? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sam, for the report as always. I hadn't realised about the removal of that early years measure, so I'm pleased that the council will retain a measurement of it because I think it is an important one. We have been in line with the target for a number of years, but we weren't originally. I think pre-pandemic or going back a few years, we weren't. But we did become so, and I think it is an important one, in line with the principle of early intervention making a real difference, difference to people's lives, but also difference to the costs of public services ultimately if we're able to address issues early on. Perhaps in a similar way, for much of my time as a councillor, the excess weight in children measure has been read, and we as Children's Committee, have the Vice Chair of the Children's Committee here, we've pulled that one in for further examination. We've had a subsequent report a year later after Scott came to talk to us about it. I think my feeling is that the authority should address that in some way in which it is clearly not now being addressed. I'm not saying that there aren't officers who are working hard on it. I'm not saying that action isn't being taken, but it seems, it just doesn't seem right that we have a measure which is read year after year after year. We need to do something about it. Now, what we do about that is investing in resources which need to turn that red to amber and ultimately to green. We need the measure. Obviously, we need the measure. I've seen that, we don't want to change the target. We just need to make sure that this authority delivers that more successfully. So that's a wider strategic approach to those particular targets that don't really sit with Children's Committee, I don't think, sit with overall budgeting. That what are we going to do, either within the public health budget or as a council budget more widely. A lot of the other reds that we have in children's services are indications of staffing shortages. And I think I've said before, and I will continue to say to this committee and anywhere else, that the progress which officers have made in children's services towards, we hope being able to come out of intervention in the forthcoming ILACs, that progress is being put in danger because of the staffing issues that we have. Now, we've said that on a number of occasions. We've had a briefing in Children's Committee from Sam and other officers, but it just needs to be said. That is a real risk for that progress. We've discussed here ILAC 7 and ILAC 7 brackets N. Those are read. ILAC 7 in particular, we fought for. That's a measure of the audit of children's services cases, which was very low to start off with, but which needs to be much better if we are going to have good children's services. So we have discussed that at this committee as well, that's read. It's been read for a long time. It's a very tricky measure, but it's absolutely central. Both of them are absolutely central to the children's services improvement journey. And finally, I think finally, the number of primary schools good or better is being removed on the basis that so many of them are now no longer maintained schools. I mean, I think that the measure should be the number of schools that are good or better. The fact that they're maintained or not is irrelevant. The measure should be the number of primary schools that we have in Medway that are good or better, whether they're academies or not. Now, I appreciate that the authority doesn't have the same control over academies as does over maintained schools, but it does have a responsibility for school improvement, and it does intervene where necessary. So there are measures and there are levers to pull. So I'm reluctant to see that measure disappear. The smoking at time of delivery. I took a New Year's resolution that I would never mention this, as I've mentioned it practically every meeting since I was elected. Smoking at time of delivery has been green all the years I've been a councillor, and that measure needs to be changed so it becomes more of a target. Officers disagree. You know, the narrative that goes with it says it's very difficult. It's likely to go up as well as down. It involves working with partners, as indeed the excess weight one does. Involves working with partners. Nevertheless, it's a council target, and we really should be doing something better than just seeing it as sitting as green year after year, because smoking at time of delivery is such a vital public health measure. So I think all of those, if there's a thing for all of those, it's sort of who decides what's measured and who decides what the target is, and whether there's a degree of scrutiny over measures that are added, taken away, or whether measures are changed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. For some of these, I won't attempt to comment on, particularly for the excess weight in children. You mentioned Scott had come along before, and of course I will take that question away to challenge that. Within the report, you'll note that the ILAC 7 in particular has a request to reduce from 80% to 50%. This has been put in as a request. Given 80% is highly unlikely that we will achieve that in the position that we're in, and we'd expect to be at 80% at good. Having said that, there is consideration and there has been debate around the fact that we are coming up to an inspection, so maybe is that a bit premature to be removing it at this point? So I think that's up for debate. The ILAC 7M was brought in to support the ILAC 7 in the sense of the inadequate audits that we were doing in a way to show the improvement that was moving. But I think it's obvious throughout the debates through this year that that's caused some confusion around how the two are pretty much measuring the same thing but telling a different story. So I think the recommendation in terms of removing the ILAC 7N is to make sure we're focusing on the one meaningful target of the ILAC 7. And I think that's the rationale behind that in behalf of children's. The no longer maintained schools, there has been debate at corporate management team around the measures and what goes in and what goes out. Part of the debate here, and I will take this back to Leanne, is around what's within our control to influence in this regard. So I won't answer that any further, but obviously we'll take that back to Leanne. You mentioned around who decides what measures go in and what we should be looking at. This is with close consultation with directorate areas. They are responsible for their service plan and what's escalated within to the corporate plan. But then that goes along to corporate management team for a further debate. And it gets signed off at corporate management team in terms of what that refresh looks like. And then it goes through a number of gateways, including this one, to have further debate and consideration.
Okay, we are hitting 4 hours, colleagues. The monitoring officer will be registering that.
So can I just say, so the governance of changes to these plans is effectively it coming here and it coming to children's. That's the idea. But, you know, in a sense, those decisions are already made by that stage, I think, aren't they?
So it's recommendations. There's still challenge within that. It still has to go on to full council for consideration. So it's not agreed yet. So the recommendations that come out today will go on.
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed. And Sam, thank you as always for the report. It's right that we have targets. We don't have to have. We're not legally obliged to these days, but not least for overview and scrutiny to be able to hold the future administration, whoever they may be, to account. My broad brush comment I'd want to send back to the Cabinet for consideration there are some pretty big, important council things, child-friendly Medway, tackling the climate emergency, getting residents ready for digital and Medway 2.0, where there are no targets at all in here. Now, and I know the council, going all the way back to Carrie Mackenzie's days when she was here, the council have really struggled around this digital enablement issue. But actually, across local government, there must be at least one other council that has got some sort of target to say, we're going to make some progress in our community on the issue of digital enablement, not least, and David Wild is here, so he and I sit on the member user group, I won't call it MUG. You know, he is a strong advocate for ensuring that we have that kind of crossover to make sure that those who don't want to use digital still have services, and that's right and proper.
Can I just change don't want to can't or haven't got any purpose?
You may change that as I was commenting about you, so you know you better than I'm sure. So yeah, from that perspective, having no target on digital enablement, just going, we can't find a target, so we're not going to bother, that's not good enough for something that important. Same with tackling climate change, same with enhancing and improving child-friendly Medway. I'm not proposing tonight what those targets should be. I'm not in charge of the council, so let the cabinet crack on with it. But I think whoever is leading this council from May onwards, there will be a new council leader, as we all know. I would anticipate to see targets on those specific issues because they're important to the people of Medway. We know that.
Quite timely, Councillor Maple, we was at corporate management team only this week where we had a very similar debate around what is a refresh and what is a fundamental new plan. And one of the things that we did discuss was very much a deep dive into the risks and how they're associated with the performance that we're measuring. And that exact point was raised around particularly child-friendly and climate change, in particular, not necessarily just digital. We've agreed as a corporate management team to do a whole new approach to how we manage performance. And what we have at the moment is we have the same performance coming up through the service area, the corporate management team, and then into committee. And actually, you're probably going to be more focused on outputs rather than exactly what we're doing. So I think we do need to do a fundamental refresh of how we manage performance. So whilst it's not appearing as a refresh in the main council plan, there definitely is service plans at a directorate level that are picking up a number of measures. We've looked at other local authorities in terms of what people are publishing, what people are measuring, how they're doing that. And that is definitely something that we're going to be working on once we've got the new fundamental plan in place. So those conversations have happened. I think it's a light touch refresh for this year to allow us to make sure we are measuring the right thing.
Councillor Murray.
Yes, you know, the touch is so light, it's almost invisible. And I echo what Councillor Maple has said. And I think I would like, Chair, really to focus some of that into a recommendation to Cabinet that, you know, this committee recommends that the new administration has...
I don't think we can bind a new administration.
Well, you know, we need to think about things like child-friendly Medway and climate change are absolutely fundamental. They've got targets within themselves. I understand what you're saying, Sam, about service plans. But, you know, they are big things. They're big-ticket things. We have tried on the Labour side in the past to get a kind of decision-making matrix that takes into account the things that we think ought to be happening. And the impact that any decision has on the council plan. I think the whole thing actually needs redoing to make it meaningful. But if we can just, Chair, you know, remind the Cabinet that we haven't got anything on the plan then for climate change or child-friendly Medway, I think that would be important. And I would add that there's nothing on the plan about tackling health inequality, which have been in some of our inner urban wards immovable in the last 10 years. On a related but different point, look, there will be members of the public who think the outcome of 3.5 getting around Medway is quite frankly a bit of a joke. The performance measure was put in 2011, and I don't think probably since then it's been possible to get many places for a mile in 5 minutes, particularly not this year since City Fibre have come into our lives. It's more like a mile in 15 minutes in some areas, and then you find you're in the wrong district because you've gone down so many diversions. And that's not just important because it makes us look a bit ridiculous, but it's important and has an impact on lots of other things like climate change, because we've got a lot of congestion in the town. So I suggest keep the PI, no change to target. I think the whole of that needs looking at again. We haven't achieved the sort of transport and public realm improvements that, as far as I can see, have made any difference at all to journey times around Medway. If anything, in the last few months particularly, everything has got worse. You know, this plan is looking back to 2011 as a halcyon time when you could get somewhere in 4 minutes if you wanted to travel a mile. You know, these days it would be quicker to walk. Maybe that, you know, I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious. That is a ridiculous PI to have on the plan at this time, and there isn't any evidence to support it as far as I can see whatsoever.
Terry, have you noted those views? Okay, Sam, do you wish to comment on Councillor Murray's remarks?
Thank you for your comments. Only that, you know, certainly with these, I will take them away, particularly around the health inequalities as well as that particular measure. But overall, the comments are noted and will be fed into what we do moving forward.
Final contributor, Councillor Opara.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I know you're looking at your watch. So thanks, Sam, for the report. Very quickly, and for my own understanding as well, in your role as the Chief Organisational Culture Officer, what comes to mind when you see a target staying at red all the time, like one of the ones that Councillor Johnson had mentioned, excess weight in our young people, in our children? Does that trigger a conversation, a word? Because a target is good only to the point that it challenges us to get better. I mean, if year on and year on, you know, it remains red and it's kind of okay to publicize, I want to know, in your own role, what you do when you see such a thing happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Opara. So within the role of myself and my team, we have a team who gather the information and obviously report that into both the directorate team for a discussion and then into the corporate management team for a discussion. Recent debates have been very much around targets being aspirational but achievable. And certainly within some of our targets that we've set, where we've refreshed the plan for 1 or 2 years, the target we're trying to achieve is actually longer away for us. And there's been honest debates around that. And we're finding ourselves in a situation where our narrative is becoming more of a defence mechanism to why we're not achieving it rather than what we're doing about achieving it. And that goes into the reflection that we've recently had around how we need to approach managing performance differently as an organisation. So culturally, we need to change our approach to managing performance. We need to set, you know, targets that are with a stretch achievable, but with a sense that you can see the journey we're moving on. Most definitely in the narrative, and I think it will be shared within this committee and other committees, we have found ourselves often having to defend the position rather than talk openly about what that next improvement needs to be. So I think we've got quite a bit of work to do culturally to change that mindset into being more proactive around the journey we're taking as opposed to the defence mechanism. But that starts with setting the realistic target, and I think we've identified tonight that in some areas we haven't done that. But there is, those conversations are happening, those debates are taking place. I think, you know, we're in a tricky year this year in the sense of we have an election coming up. You know, this extra year of a refresh wasn't something that had been planned, but is the most sensible thing to do given that we are looking to change what we do. So I think you're right, it is a very light touch refresh, but the new plan has to be fundamentally different as well as performance.
Hopefully, in the next refresh, we'll have a different narrative to that particular item and more of them anyway that I read.
The next time we will have a new plan and new performance measures rather than a refresh. And I think that's the key thing.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. We have the recommendations, page 247. Again, the tense in each of 7.1 and 7.2 needs to be changed to reflect that we've had made those comments and had those discussions. On that basis, I go to the Vice Chair to move.
Thank you, Chair. I move that members have commented on the refresh council plan measures as shown in Appendix 1, and members have noted that those council plan measures still awaiting a proposed target will be further considered by the corporate management team, and our full council will be asked to delegate authority to the Chief Executive in consultation with the portfolio holder for resources to agree a final measure.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Clark. Those in favour, please. Okay, again, that's unanimous. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Sam. We'll let you escape if you wish. And we go on to our final agenda item at page 267, which Steve would normally run, but Terry stepping in kindly tonight for him. I'll hand over, Terry, for you to take us through the work programme item, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing really to add. I just wanted to draw members' attention to 3.3. Steve mentioned that at the pre-agenda meeting there was talk of this being a report, but actually, in reflection, he was saying he would just build it into the next work programme report, if that's okay with members.
Councillor Maple.
Three things on that, really. Well, three things on this item. Firstly, it was a very helpful conversation. We've never done that before, kind of a handover document to whoever's sat round this table next. So I think that's a very good idea. We might want to, in our recommendations, formally recommend that the other three ONS groups meetings do that as well. I think somewhere alongside that, because it's one of the really good pieces of one of the best things we do, I think, as a scrutiny team, cross-party is the task group. So I think having somewhere a review of the relevant task groups, if the other three scrutiny committees are going to have a similar report, it would be obviously the relevant task groups for the relevant committees. So, for example, we would have the voluntary sector one as part of that kind of overview of the work that has happened and the stuff which is still outstanding. And then finally, we spoke about this at the start of the meeting, to formally place on record. I know the chairman will want to wholeheartedly agree with this, and he'll have a few words, I'm sure, to formally thank the fantastic Steve Platt for all of his work for this committee. He has been an excellent officer, working hard for us. The way he leads us through pre-agenda meetings is very helpful, gets the business done efficiently, and he will be a loss to local government, but a big gain to family life and all the other things he's going to do when he's better, which hopefully will be very soon. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. On the first 2 points that you made, do you want to potentially alter the recommendations that are on 270, or are you happy that Terry picks up your comments?
Yeah, I'm content with that. I think it's a suggestion we can't request or insist, but I think it would be helpful.
Do you want to formally recommend that the other committees consider doing the same?
Yeah, I think so. And then obviously alongside that, you know, the putting on the record the task groups that have been done. We don't formally do that anywhere. And actually, say in particular, say from our perspective, the voluntary sector task group has really led to positive, better relationships between the council and the voluntary sector and all the rest of it. So I would recommend that as well.
So we need to put that in as a C. Yeah. Can you encapsulate? Okay. May I very much add my support to what you've said about Steve Platt. Always calm, always efficient, everything always done and done on time would be my summary as to the approach I've seen, we've all seen from Steve. It's very regrettable he's not here. We're glad he's recovering and he is working from home. So Steve, if you're listening or watching, from all of us, very grateful, thanks. If not, we'll get a message that it's
recorded.
Yes, that you should watch the record of this right the way through, by the way, to 4 hours and 13 minutes. But Steve, our heartfelt thanks for your professionalism. We wish you well in your retirement, and as Vince has said, may that benefit your family in particular. So let's just deal with that last recommendation, because we've got A and B plus the new C encapsulating.
Sorry, I'm minuting and trying to type at the same time. So you recommend for the other overview and scrutiny, I'm sorry, I'm literally nicking the words from the work programme report. Recommend the other overview and scrutiny, other overview and scrutiny.
We know what you mean.
Thank you. Also consider a report, consider in their work programme reports, looking at their work programmes and a kind of a handover, setting the scene for the committees in the new municipal year.
Okay. Are you happy to formally move that?
I move. Thank
Formally
you, Chair.
second. Okay, members show their support or otherwise, please. And again, a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Just before we close, can we also place on record our thanks to Steve for bringing the agenda together for tonight, issuing it. Our thanks to Terry for stepping in to the breach. Our thanks to all officers who have attended. Thanks to all of you and Councillor Osborne, and final thanks to our broadcasting officer, Dan. Thank you very much indeed, and good night.